Looks like we're back up here. What's up, everybody? Welcome to part 3 of the Texas Showdown history streams. We're covering Texas Showdown 5 and 6. Yeah, I think we'll be able to get to 6. Starting a little bit late. I was supposed to start around 8, but yeah, stuff happened. But we're back on now. And Texas Showdown 5. Texas Showdown 5 was one of the biggest showdown events that we ever held, especially for its time. 2005, you had Evo, and then everybody else. Like, Evo was just like way bigger than every other fighting game event at the time. And Showdown 5 was probably one of the few events in that era that matched up with Evo. Like, it was really, really big in terms of, size, attendance, just everything that went into it. It was a huge step up from Texas Showdown 4. Showdown 4 was the last time, it was the last time that we held it at Stargate. 2005 was not quite the last year. Stargate ended up closing up the storefront shop around 2006, and SEMA took all of his cabinets and he moved them into a warehouse. Or was that 5? No. Was it? No, I'm starting to backtrack and think it might have started in 2005 when he started moving cabinets into the warehouse. Business had slowly been dying at Stargate, and he ended up converting it into more of a console setup. Like, he had a bunch of consoles, and you would rent time to go in there and play on the consoles. It didn't really work out, as you would imagine. It didn't sustain the place, and so eventually he ended up closing up that shop and just having a warehouse where you would rent time again, like basically pay like a membership to go into the warehouse to play unlimited free play on the arcade cabinets. It would have been a cool concept, since that's pretty much how some of the arcades in Houston are set up that way. Like, Joysticks is set up that way. The Game Preserve is another one that's like that, where you just basically pay a one-time fee, go in there, everything's on free play all you want. So Stargate went to that model for about a couple years, and then eventually closed totally down. They CMUT ended up selling most of his cabinets off. He kept some for his own place, and then he went to school to become a medical technician, and that was the next phase of his life. He got married, had kids, and moved on. He still would hold get-togethers at his place. We'd play some ST, Alpha 2, Third Strike, whatever he felt like putting in those cabinets. But yeah, so what ended up happening with Showdown 5, there were two main things that happened that shaped that shaped pretty much the direction of where we went after Showdown 4. The first thing, obviously, is the Stargate. The Stargate thing. Since he was closing up shop, we couldn't host it there, so we had to look for a new place to host Texas Showdown. And then the other thing was trying to figure out what to do, because the showdowns that were held at Stargate were strictly arcade. It was all arcade. And so losing Stargate meant that we had to figure out, could we even host an arcade tournament? because there's no arcades, especially none that carried the fighting games that we hosted. What were we gonna do? Like, you could find some Marvel 2 cabinets, you could find some CBS 2 cabinets. Third Strike cabinets were actually hard to find. You could find Tekken cabinets all over the place. But Guilty Gear, you couldn't find a Guilty Gear cabinet outside of Stargate. Nobody had Guilty Gear. It would have been really difficult to host it at another arcade because we'd have to figure out how to get cabinets for these games to come in. So then, you know, Evo 2004 started to shift toward console games. And, you know, they had played a couple of games on console in 2003, but it wasn't until 2004 when they really started, you know, switching over to console. So after seeing that, we started to change our stance on consoles and started thinking about, well, maybe we have to be a console tournament because if we don't have Stargate, we're not going to be able to get the arcade cabinets, so we might as well try going with consoles instead. So that was the first major thing. The second thing was Javi was starting to step back on TOing and being a part of Showdown. He was in a relationship with his fiance, and I think they were about to get married. And she was not into gaming at all, and you know, she kind of influenced Javi to like start stepping away from gaming. Like, you know, you're a grown up, you can't be doing video games all the time. And so he was, you know, he kind of left a lot of the stuff up to me for 2005 and beyond until he came back in 2013. So that left me to try to scramble and figure out, you know, where are we going to hold Showdown? What are we going to do for Showdown? And all that. So what ended up happening was I got an email from Major League Gaming, and they had detailed this proposal about working together. They wanted to host an event in early 2005, which matched up with when we usually held Texas Showdown, and wanted to see if we wanted to work together. They were mainly a Halo event, but they were branching out to try to host some fighting games. They were running Smash Brothers Melee, and they were going to run Tekken 5, which had pretty much just come out on console. It was in arcades and then it was on console. So they were slated to host those two games with Halo, or Halo 2 actually. And got in contact with us to try to see if we wanted to work together. I talked it over with Javi. I talked it over with Seema and some of the other guys in the community to try to gauge what they thought about it. And it turned out to be, pretty good deal. Looking at everything involved, they were going to rent out a hotel ballroom. We actually didn't have to pay anything for the ballroom. We just had to work with them. We ran our side of the tournament. They ran their part of the event. We provided our equipment for our tournaments. And, it was a deal we couldn't refuse, And actually, we'll go ahead and start with this pre-tournament footage. This was shot by Jumpsuit Jesse. It's mostly us setting up, I think, that Thursday and Friday. There's Seema, some of the Houston guys.
Right now we're just doing the pre-registration.
We actually put Kevin to work this tournament. Oh god. Oh wow. Jesse's ex.
There he is. Now he wants to pay attention to us. So, Mr. Chu, how tough has it been so far organizing this whole thing? It's a pain in the ass. Really?
It was a pain in the ass.
Yeah. Unfortunately.
Too many people. I need to go home.
Wow. I'm tired. Well, as you can see, they've got a pretty good setup here. They've got quite a few people.
We managed to get some of the cabinets.
Set up with the Capcom Impress cabinets. I own one, and they're the best cabinets ever. We got Neo Geo, we got Third Strike, we got Super Turbo. Say hello, what's up, man?
Flash G. We had a lot of
Hello.
people for this tournament. Like a whole lot of people came from East Coast. We had a lot of West Coast guys. I think this was around the time Empire Arcadia was all over the place. So like they came pretty heavy to this tournament, to be honest.
I'm gonna walk around for a minute. Say what's up, man.
Twan. There's Lay.
I've been working, bro.
Really?
Working.
You've been playing online or something?
Yeah, I've been playing a lot more online and stuff, though, man. So, what stick did you bring? Oh, you got your own mod stick, the original mod stick.
Yeah, old school.
Lake Jackson boys.
Let's see. I'm gonna play some Anniversary Edition. Garo. I don't know. It's $5, you know.
Sweet. Yeah. Cool. Well, good, man. Well, good luck to you, man.
Probably lose to you, right?
I don't know about that. I'm getting old. I can't play no more. I'm just getting old.
Those are the ones you gotta look out for.
You hear that? All the tip taps. That's all you hear at tournaments. Tap, 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 tap. Come on, man.
This is when someone comes up to you like, come here. Oh, watch out.
Yeah.
God, all these CRTs. Such a pain in the ass moving all this shit. Oh man, that's so long ago. 2005, 15 years ago. You can watch the DVD trailer. You can see some of the highlights. Fucking Twan. Oh yeah, we had flown in Boss and Kendivu and Otaku for the tournament. Lei had organized some kind of deal, some kind of sponsorship deal with Directron, and raised money to fly those guys down. I think they all stayed at his place. This is like, if you were on Kevin's stream, we had talked about this coin flip, the coin flip stuff. Like they ended up having, like I think their flight was canceled, so they ended up having to stay in Houston for like an extra day or something. So we ended up getting together, and I think we went to Joe's Crab Shack. They had like these monster margaritas. We were all trying to see who could drink it the fastest. That was not the best of ideas. Oh god, Capcom Fighting Jam. Forgot that game existed. We actually were an SBO qualifier for this event. It was the first time we were an SBO qualifier for Third Strike and for Capcom Fighting Jam. I'm pretty sure that was the only time Capcom Fighting Jam was at SBO. Where were the burritos from? Taqueria Arandas. This was back when the California burrito, the Super California, was only $5. I was actually going to show that next. Before we get into like some match videos. This event, Kendivu was pretty much, he was pretty much the guy to beat. He won most of the tournaments. Justin won Marvel, as usual. But like, Kendivu won, I think he won Guilty Gear, he won CVS 2, he won Alpha 3. Wow.
Sup, bitches? Sup, fool? Sup, bitches?
Boss is pretty hilarious. Every time I go to Japan, I try to meet up with him to go eat ramen or something. You're asking about the burrito eating contest. Here's like the whole contest. You think you actually attended this one? Is that Schaffner? Is that you? I'm pretty sure you were at this one. How you been, man?
I'm terrible.
Spudtooth.
I'm Julian, and I'm from Humble, Texas.
Alright, the rules are simple. Whoever finishes a big burrito first gets a prize dollar of $20.
I think I was in the scene in 2002 or 2004 or something. Oh, this one is in 2005.
Courtesy of our generous sponsor, Directron.com, gets a pair of very nice top-end speakers and a whole bunch of t-shirts. Okay, so you all get something, okay?
I don't know how Jumpy got in this. I think like somebody was going to enter and then they dropped out and then he just got in it.
Hey, lay down. Javi's gonna be our commentator today. Give it up for Javi.
Not for this splash screen for 2003. Oh, okay.
It's a big fucking burrito. Turn
Like the guy in the Superman shirt, Big Nasty. He like destroyed it, but wasn't eating it. Like he tore up the tortilla and everything, but like he didn't finish it.
Oh, the skinny guy isn't doing too good. Hey, Jumpy, come on. I think people in the first round need to step back a bit. Come on, please don't spin. Remember, there are no leftovers. How long do we have?
He's just tearing it up. He's not even really eating it.
Big guy's got something stuck in his throat.
Yeah, we didn't give him water or anything either. They had to just eat this damn thing.
Three chews, then swallow.
In hindsight, I think we were supposed to give them water.
John's really enjoying the taste of his burrito. It's grade A. I can't imagine the cholesterol levels after this.
See, like, all this stuff is like, fell out of it. I saw Javi at Neil's last year. Didn't see you over there last year too, or one before. I didn't really go to Neil's very much. I only went like a few times. Javi lived in downtown for a while, so it wouldn't be too surprising to see him there.
How are these skinny guys eating these burritos? This guy wants to puke already. There's no water in this.
Yeah, see, yeah, we should have gave him water.
And if you guys need a glass of water, too bad.
Wow.
Can't help you. No, you gotta take it.
Yeah, big beef right there.
Beast.
He ended up winning.
Take a deep breath. You're way ahead of everybody else. John's getting a free meal from this, huh? We got our winner! Who's going for second place? Only in Texas, huh?
I remember the MLG staff came up to me after, was like, "Yo, what the fuck? What is going on?" Like they loved they loved this contest.
Second place, second place. Everybody's slowing down.
If any of y'all know Victor Lee, this little Asian kid in the middle, that's his older brother.
So, if someone thinks that this qualified, is that it? Okay. Oh, man. Alright, everybody's slowing down.
You want me to go get you a drink? More. You can't give me a drink.
Gomela, Gomela. Come on, help with that burrito? Hey, don't psych out the competition.
How's he eating it like that? Oh, you only get speaker.
Kids always eat with their hands.
Scooping up, because like all the, like the way he ate it, all the inside kind of fell out. What the fuck? Ugh.
Out of the camera, out of the camera, out of the camera. Hey, you realize you know what that you got paid for, right? Hey, Chris. What in the fuck? Damn, that came out of nowhere. Damn, show us something. Come on, we need them speakers.
Come on, we're in the home stretch here.
Yeah, I'm eating contest. I made my money back. So I paid for this guy. He's back out.
Last call for Tekken signups. Last call for Tekken signups. Yes.
I would really like some water. Hey, you look really.
Almost second place.
No, that felt good.
Clean it up. It's almost done.
Come on, man. Come on. Give me them speakers.
Who's in the race for third place? John, you could do this.
Oh, yeah. Can I get some damn water? First place you get water. I'll go get you some water. Rock, best place. Fuck you.
Guess you need some napkins, huh? Anybody have some napkins?
They gave us napkins.
They use them all.
We should just go to the bathroom. Damn. Oh, bring this over.
For those participating in the KOF2 tournament, please report to the northeast end of the arcade.
I'm gonna beat this when I get out. I'm gonna beat this.
Third place, come on. Oh man, we got a while.
I think Bucktooth ended up getting third.
I know, right? Alright, Chris, here you go.
Gave him like a shot of water.
Don't front on this water.
Hey, Justin, go talk to Campbell so I can win.
It's a two-way tie between John and Campbell.
Hey, what the fuck is that shit? I want one.
Campbell doesn't seem like he's holding it up too well.
Can I drink it?
It's about to burst.
What's it?
I feel sorry for the toilet later.
Oh, that feels good. I want some more.
One sip. What the hell? This definitely took longer than
Sorry.
the other contest we did. But that one, I think, we just gave prizes to the winner, and the winner finished in like a minute. So then the rest of it was like, whatever.
Yeah. It's still a race between Campbell and John for third place.
Campbell, you want to split? Oh, yeah, we can split.
King of Fighters is about to start.
King of Fighters, I think we ran all on cabinet. Oh god, that was it. King of Fighters 2002. We had one cabinet.
Look at that bite.
I don't know if any of y'all have seen KOF 2002. That game is super slow. That game takes forever to run. It's like CVS2, but worse. That tournament only had 9 people, but it took like 5 hours to run that tournament on one cabinet.
Looks like Camel's about to get third place. Sorry, John. You're pieced out.
Bugs got it. Bugs got it. Got it.
Come on, man. Dig deep. Come on, come on. Is that all day? All right, take your time.
Campbell does look like he's about to be sick.
He's cutting it up.
Cutting it up.
There it is. Woo! Give it up for Campbell, third place. You guys just keep eating.
So cute, I guess. I don't know what's so cute about a burrito eating contest. Let's see. Watched that. We watched that. We watched that. All right, so we start off with some CVS2. So, like I said, we had like a lot of players from across the country come in for this event. I'm not gonna watch all the matches because this guy ended up ripping the entire DVD, and this I think was like the top 16. I don't need to watch all of these. Let's see. Let's start with Otaku and Brian. Why is it mono speaker? I guess that's how we recorded it. Like, one of the advantages, obviously, of having it on console was it was easier to get direct capture. Well, the problem is there's no crowd noise. So that was a challenging aspect, I think, of when they would make the DVDs and the direct capture and all that, because you didn't... It feels different without having like the crowd noise. And I think he ended up making some adjustments for Showdown 6 when he did his recordings for that. Around this time, Brian was still playing quite a bit, but not as much as he used to. Like, when Stargate ended up closing down, that changed some stuff within the community. Like, you had a lot of people that didn't play as much as they used to because we no longer had the venue that we would hold weeklies at. Because I don't think we held weeklies anymore at the warehouse location, because for one, SEMA couldn't be there every day. It was only meant to be like a weekend thing for him. I think we held some tournaments there. Like, we held some regionals at the warehouse location, but that was about it. So no, Brian played here. I don't remember. I don't think he went to Evo, but he went. He was at Showdown 5. He went to Showdown 6, and I think that was it for the longest time. Like he ended up finishing up school, going to work, and I think the last time any of us saw him playing was he played in a random arcade UFO tournament in Austin for Street Fighter 4, and then that was it. What's up, Kage? How you doing? Just working and enjoying? That's good. I think out of the 3 guys that came down from Japan, Otaku was definitely the quirkiest. Like he had these weird mannerisms. Like a lot of times it just felt like he wasn't there mentally. Like he was very aloof and just like hanging out and whatever. Like he didn't seem like he was all together there. But he was really good with all his characters. Like in each of the games that he played, he didn't play conventionally. He was actually really good at Capcom Fighting Jam for no good reason. Nobody should be good at that game. I don't know why. He was really good at that game.
This is gonna be a match to remember.
There's boss. I don't know who Keith is. K-Groove, Sagat. Is that Maki? And Blanca. A lot of us met Boss for the first time at B5. He was one of the first guys from Japan to come down here. He was known mainly as a big-time Alpha 3 player. Like, he invented a lot of the Vism Akuma combos. I don't remember how he did at the first CVS2 national tournament, but later on down the line, he's the one that showed all of these A-groove combos. Like, I know he was the first one to figure out the Bison paint the fence combo. I don't know if he was the first one to figure out the Sakura custom. Like, I just remember when the game first came out, nobody knew how to do like really good custom combos. But it would make sense for Boss to figure it out since he was a big Vism player for Alpha 3. We must be up there in years, the game looking a lot slower than earlier. I mean, it's CBS2 now. Now we gotta play for keeps. People not rushing down with N groove anymore. We gotta sit and turtle with our A groove. And roll cancel. Okay. Okay. I don't know what he's doing. This needs a remake. Not really. I'm gonna skip around. Let's see. Ooh, Sanford Kelly and Combo Fiend. Good old East Coast, West Coast matchup. Soccer dive kick must be okay. We ain't seen that shit. Because we ain't seen that shit since this game. She had, yeah. She had a good dive kick in the first one too. What the? My man did overhead from like half screen away and somehow hit it.
This is gonna be a match to remember. Fight!
Oh, I missed it. Ugh. That's weird. What he missed the end of the custom.
This battle is about to explode.
put it in late. Yeah, he definitely messed it up at the end of it. Eagle was a character that was considered to be an anti-Sagat character. But Sagat's still Sagat. Like, Halmer is another character that was supposed to be able to fight against Sagat, but Sagat's just too good. Kendivu and Bucktooth now. Almost looked like he hesitated. It looked like he was about to teabag. Ooh. Now, Bucktooth's always played this team. Yori, Morrigan, Hibiki. Like, he is famous for this team. That was a really bad uppercut. That was a good bait. Oh, he put Ratio 2 Blanca in the middle. Interesting. You rarely see Morgan. Which is a little surprising to me. Morgan has a lot of really good tools, I think. A little dash hop thing is really annoying. I don't know about in groove though. Like, maybe if she was in a different groove, she'd be better. Wow. You see this brilliant Blanca custom. The day one Blanca custom. Like, when we first got the game and we saw a groove, I think a lot of the customs we came up with looked like that. Something, 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 get into the corner, jump, mash, super. Oh, Brian and Boss. Tried for that whack-ass demon setup. It was probably not worth it. I mean, he almost got all his meter back. I don't know if he should have went for that demon. Like, Ashley goes for a lot of that whack-ass demon setups, but that's because it's K-Groove. K-Groove gets its meter back so fast. Roll cancel. Ugh. Should have probably made Sagat the ratio 2 and put him last. Like, Brian's Guile's really good, but I don't know. Honda was this annoying? Yeah, because you could roll cancel hands, roll cancel headbutt. Like Honda just sitting on his ass, sitting there. Roll cancel headbutt. Like V's, or not V's, A-Groove. Your point character, you wanted a character that could abuse roll cancel and not have to use meter to do anything. Like, he doesn't have to do the custom with Honda. He could just be annoying with hands and headbutt and all that. Later on, I think the meta was using Vega Claw. Like for Boss's team here, the main strategy was abuse shit with Honda, get the meter for Bison. If Bison needed to, Bison would use the custom, because Blanca doesn't need it. Blanca's just Blanca.
This is gonna be a match to remember. Fight. This is gonna be a match to remember. Fight.
Like, I think Brian would have done better that first game if he didn't waste the meter trying to go for that demon setup. Ugh. Man, I stand fierce. Got hit by that like 4 times. One of my favorite things in this game is when you play Honda in a SNK groove and seeing him run. It's like, you see how he's like in this crouching stance almost all the time. When he runs, he stands straight up and runs. It's hilarious. There you go, Brian. The very first Evo, Brian and David did really well in CVS2. I think David got like 13th, and then Brian got 9th. He lost to Liquid Metal from Japan and Nestor from East Coast. When you find out he's stupid tall, exactly. What's funny about that paint the fence move, this is the only game he has that move. I don't like he has something similar to it, I think, in a 5, but it's not like this. Like, it was the first time we'd seen that move, and we're like, what the hell is this thing? Then you see it in the custom, and you're like, what the fuck? Justin and Otaku. Wait, what is he playing? Is he playing P-Groove? He is playing P-Groove. Why? I thought he was playing C-Groove. He's playing P-Groove. He's not parrying anything. I don't know what he's doing. Why did he pick P-Groove? Was that it? He just wanted it for the low jump? That got blocked anyway? And then wasted all his meter? Why did he play P-Groove? He should have just played C-Groove. Ugh. Like, has he parried at all? Oh my god. That's really weird. I just still don't understand why you picked P-Groove. There you go, A-Groove. I don't know if he was really good with customs. I guess the reason why he's Sakura, but That and roll canceling. Oh, come on. See, I told you, he's not that good with customs. He was definitely more a C groove player. R2 Hibiki. Justin turtling his ass off. It's got full meter though. Oh, messed it up. What made people play Hibiki? I never understood what she did. She was a long-range poker. She had really good buttons. She had a counter. Let's see, let's skip down. Ooh, Ashley and Bucktooth. Let's go to that.
About to explode.
Ashley was one of Kenso's top training buddies in this game when Kevin was still playing CVS2. He was almost exclusively a K-Groove player. He's known for having a hyper-aggressive Akuma that always went for Demon. Showdown 3, I think? Was it 3 or 4? It might have been 4. No, it was definitely 3. Showdown 3, he got 3rd place. He beat David with the most whack-ass Demon setup. Like, he just did jump back Demon. And I don't know what David was thinking. David did some kind of move where he ended up dashing into the Demon. And then he ate it and he died. And we're all like, what the fuck? How did that work? Like, he literally just jumped back and for some reason did Demon. And for some reason he happened to catch David doing some stupid move that dashed him into the deep end and it caught him. Like, there is no reason it should have hit, but it did, and he beat David, and he ended up, let's see, he beat David. David ended up in 4th place, and then I think he lost. I think Ashley ended up losing to Justin to get 3rd place. Ashley and those guys still play a lot. Like, Gus was in here last night, and they've had a CVS2 revival. Joe Strikes runs a lot of the CVS2 events, and so a lot of the old school CVS2 players have come back and started to play again. Omar, Ashley, Gus. Like, they have some newer players as well, which makes it a really cool dynamic. You got a lot of the newer players getting into the game, and then you got a lot of the old guys teaching them some of the stuff. Because I think most of the core mechanics, the core gameplay, the core strategies are still the same. It's kind of the same thing with Marvel too. Like, a lot of the top tier teams are there already. Everybody knows them. The top strategies and stuff like that. It's more just optimization after all this time. Because CBS 2 is almost as old as Marvel 2. This came out towards the end of 2001. Like 2001, 2002. So it's been about 18 years for this game too. Like, when Bucktooth moved down to Dallas, he would come down for monthly tournaments, regional tournaments down here, and him and Ashley went back and forth all the time. Alright, let's see. So we're doing top 8s now. Do I want to start with this one? Justin versus Bucktooth? I guess we could. I don't know if I want to show the whole top 8. This is a lot of matches. Yeah, fuck it. We'll show some of this. Do I want to do Justin or Boss Arturo? We haven't shown Arturo. This is the... I think we're at top 8s now. Let's go ahead and do... Boss and Arturo. Oh, this is when we had entrances for our top 8s. You see these all the time with, like, CEO. Evo did it first, and then we decided to try to do it as well. Like, Lay rented a whole lot of equipment for this event. Like, he really wanted to be fancy with all the stuff. Yeah, this video switcher, all these cameras. And Arturo's getting wrecked. You see Arturo's in The old school console setup, the double chair setup. That was the strat. That was the strat for arcade players that didn't like playing on console. That was the strat. Losers bracket. Who knocked boss on losers? Yeah, I was wondering about this. So Brian versus Boss was actually in losers bracket then. Who knocked boss on a losers? Like, I don't have any of these brackets anymore, unfortunately. Like, I remember I was cleaning up my place a few months back, and I found a bunch of old notes and a bunch of old brackets. I think I actually have some pool notes for this event. I'd have to go back and look. But we don't have the brackets anymore. I think on Challenge, I actually inputted some old brackets that I found on there. Like, I think I had like some Showdown 6 brackets. And I uploaded, or not uploaded, I entered in a lot of that info in Challenge. Or a table close by. It had to be a certain type of table, though. Like, especially on that stage, you couldn't put like a full table on there. You didn't want it to be too tall either. Like, cause the thing, what we're trying to simulate with the double chair setup is what it feels like when you're playing actually on a cabinet. Like, I think that's kind of the big difference. With the double chair setup like that, it feels like you're playing on an American cabinet. Whereas nowadays when people have the stick on their laps, but you're using like a Japanese stick, that's actually more... That's similar to what it feels like when you're playing on a Japanese cabinet, like a candy cab. Especially with Japanese sticks. If you're using a Moss stick, there's no way it's comfortable playing on your lap. And I think that was the big difference. Like, around this time, you know, not that many of us had been to Japan, and there's not many places that had Japanese cabinets. So most of us were used to playing on American cabinets. And, you know, same with the controllers. Like, not a lot of us had Japanese-style arcade sticks or home sticks. It wasn't until Tekken 5, really. Like, you had some people that bought H-Raps, but not a lot of them did. So a lot of exposures to Japanese-style controllers was, like, the Dreamcast Green Goblin was one of the first ones that I remember. You had the Namco stick for the PS1, but, you know, not very many people had that, and that was different. You had the H-Raps that came out later. Like, you see the one that Voss has right there. That was the first gen PS1, I think. The mirror top. I mean, the beautiful thing about PS1 and PS2 is, you know, it's the same controller port. So if you had a PS1 controller, it seamlessly could be used on PS2. But Tekken 5, I think, was like the first one, like the first introduction for most people for a Japanese style stick, because that was like the best deal ever. I remember it was the collector's edition for Tekken 5. It came with the stick. It came with the stick, the game, and I think a game holder. And it was like $100. I remember I was like those couch ones. I almost bought the Tekken 5 Hori back when it came out. 95 for the game and the stick. That's a hell of a deal. Because like the stick alone is like $100. For most people, that was like their first introduction to a Japanese stick, though. And I think that's what helped usher in the change when more people started going for that style of a stick and less, you know, not like a Moss stick anymore. You regret not getting into the sale. You can still buy them. Like, I see them on eBay every once in a while. That's still one of my favorite sticks. Like, the button layout and everything was like perfect for me. Because I don't like the HRAP 2. Like, most people like the HRAP 2 layout, and I don't. Like, the ergonomic, they shifted the angle of the ergonomics on there, and so, like, for me, you know, I only play Marvel 2, and I don't need the extra buttons. It just confuses me when I try to play and I have 8 buttons. I need to black out 2 of them, and I usually black out the 2 at the end. But on the HRAP 2, the way that it's angled, it doesn't work out right for me. Not about the stick itself. I wish I got the stick experience back when versus 5 years later. Yeah. Well, you know, I bought it for the stick because I was not really a Tekken player. But most Tekken players are pad players for the most part. Oh, what happened? Third game? Like, this guy has all the DVDs ripped, but this is the only one where he separated the matches. So I might show the other ones, but I'm going to fast forward it to, like, either top 8 or top 4. And Arturo's always played Yamazaki in this, hasn't he? Like, he was a Yamazaki player in CBS 1. I don't know if you notice it. Like when they show the shots of the stage, you see the back of 2 cabinets. Those are Marvel 2 cabinets. That was, I think, the only main game that we did on arcade cabinets. Everything else was on console. I don't know why we decided on that, but Seamut still had like 2. I think he had 2 cabinets, and I don't remember if we had a third. It ended up working okay. It wasn't optimal. But that's why, like, when I show the top 8, you'll see they'll be on the cabinet. I didn't realize you were streaming again, but how's it going? It's going alright. We're just going over Texas Showdown 5 right now. Probably gonna grab a drink in a second here. Actually, I can just let it run. Y'all can just watch it. It's early on in top 8. Like, I don't even think we've gotten back to the winner's side. This is loser's side. 7th place matches. I think on the side, when you see the monitors to the side, I think that's Halo. They're playing over there, because what we ended up doing with the hall is we separated the ballroom. One half was the MLG side, and then we were on the other side. This was also the only time MLG did an event in Houston. Most of the time when they're in Texas, they were always in Dallas. Okay, this should be winner's side. Kendivu and Otaku. Alright, I'm gonna grab a drink. Y'all enjoy it. I'll be right back. think it had to have been one of these two that knocked Boston losers. Like I said, I don't have brackets anymore, so I don't know. Tonight on the History Channel, we have Video Game Anthology Part 3 presented by Ken Barnes. You know, I remember his baseball anthology. And I remember I watched the whole thing. Like, that would come on. I don't know why it would come on so late. Like, I remember, like, public broadcasting here was carrying it. And they were showing it every night at like 10 o'clock. And it was like, not even like every part. It was like part of a part. Like they would show it for like an hour or two, and it was doing that every day for like weeks. There's also the Civil War series. That would probably be pretty good. But I was, you know, a baseball nut, so that's why I did that. So I bought this bottle of whiskey originally for my birthday because I was going to do a long birthday stream, but then ended up not drinking it, so I'm drinking it now. Specs suggested this to me. Label 5. I've never heard of this whiskey before, but they said it's supposed to be pretty good, pretty smooth, because I was just going to pick up a bottle of Johnny Walker like I usually do. And they're like, yeah, try this one out. This one's pretty good too. Amazon has the 25-hour baseball series on Prime. Yeah, I don't know if I want to watch it all again. 25 hours is a lot. "12-year blended aged Scotch whiskey." Like, The Japanese players here, they ended up staying with Lei. And I remember they stayed in Houston for like a couple weeks. Like, they didn't just come down for the tournament. Lei flew them down, and I stayed with them for 2 weeks, and he took them all around Houston, took them to NASA, took them to all the usual touristy spots, and then they went to Austin, and then I think they went to Dallas. Oh, business mode now. Taking the jacket off. And he had one of those tiny Hori sticks. He had like the, not the H-Rep, he had like the smaller ones. I don't know how he played on that. What's up, Photex? Today's been a bad day overall. Why? That sucks. You'll have to pardon me, I'm snacking on stuff. I'm gonna drink this whiskey, I need something to snack on while I'm drinking. Like, watching Kendivu was kind of weird, because it was like, he basically did everything Boss did, but better. Like, they played the same characters in, like, all the games they played. Like, they play almost the same exact team in CVS and Guilty Gear. They both played Eddie. Alpha 3, they were in the grand final, and they both played Vyakuma. Ha, Ricky. set the land speed record for dry shaving the other day. Okay, congrats. Woke up late for work. Both my cars couldn't start. Got a ticket for your light not working. Got a flat coming home from work. Now you have a cracked screen on your phone because you dropped it on the sidewalk. Ah, that sucks. Oh boy, an ASMR eating drinking stream while watching Texas Showdown. Your ideas are ingenious. It's accidental. Rising Taco. Rising Taco. Basically, Ranma streams have devoted to streaming what he usually does at night. Not wrong. I do watch a lot of ASMR streams. They help me sleep. Why does he keep screwing up his customs? Combo Fiend, why? Peter. Keeps screwing up his customs. You know how some guys rewatch old college football reels every night, like 20 years after the fact? Shut up. A lot of these vids I haven't seen in a long time. Like, I'll see clips, but I won't, like, watch the full matches. It's like, honestly, a lot of this stuff's the first time I've seen it in a long time. I do the same thing with my Street Fighter 4 and BB vids. You know what I'm really sad about? You remember those vids that we did for Blaze Blue? That like those contest vids that we did with like you, Last Blade, and Noobster. They got muted. Like they recently got muted, like I think last year or something. Even though those videos are like, how old are those? Like 10 years old. Like I've had a lot of old videos that got muted randomly. Like I think the Showdown trailer I did for the 10th year, Showdown X. Like Kacherik's been, I think, got new management or something. And I guess they went after all the old vids or after old properties that had the music on there. Which is kind of strange because it's like not even the same singer anymore. Like they changed lead singers for Kacherik. So yeah, that like they did like I got the copy strike notice, but all they did was mute the video. So I mean, I don't know. That's usually what happens to a lot of my videos. I think like I've had about 10 videos that have been had copyright issues, but all they did was just mute them. Like I noticed like even though I try to use music that has like a Creative Commons license to avoid copyright, somehow they end up getting copyrights anyway, like copyright notices. So I don't know. I haven't made videos in a long time. Part of that was the reason because I was like having to hunt for music that had Creative Commons license or wouldn't have to worry about copyright, putting that in, crediting them anyway, and then later on finding out, oh well, you know, now it has a notice, so now you can't use this. It's really annoying. I was watching an anime the other day, and the OVA episode of it was just commentary about why DLCs are terrible for video games. But hey, they did it in the context of the required Hot Springs episode. Did you ever get your Shinobi Collections account back? No. Of course not. I lost that account like 3 years ago. Like, I don't even know how to even get started about trying to get my account back for that, and I don't care. I downloaded it recently just to see what it was like, and it's pretty much the same. I wouldn't have minded trying to play it again, but I didn't want to have to start over. Just use lo-fi. That's if I felt like making videos. Like, I don't feel like making videos anymore. It's so much work. Like, shout outs to the content creators that sit there editing all their shit. That shit's annoying as fuck. I can't do that anymore. Like, if it was my full-time gig, like if I was just a strictly just a streamer or just a YouTuber, I'd probably do that. But when I'm working a full-time job and I come home, I don't do shit. I don't even stream much anymore because of that. I just don't want to do anything when I get home from work. I'm going to eat my dinner. I'm going to sit here, watch a couple streams, watch some ASMR at night so I can go to sleep, and wake up, rinse and repeat. And that's pretty much my day now. And I told my viewers that, like, I used to stream almost every day. Like, I was streaming like 5 times a week when I was doing Dokkan. But when I started getting a full-time job, I told them, I was like, I'm not going to be able to stream very much anymore when I start going full-time because I know how I am. Like, I'm tired when I get home. Content creator also have to grind just to create content. Yeah, it's work. People think it's just, oh, you just upload shit. There's a lot of work you got to put into doing that stuff. Even streaming is, it's a, you know, hard thing to do to keep up with. I used to stream, I think. You ever think about going back to it? After you're done with school and everything? You gave away your account though, right? Who'd you give your account to again? Like, didn't you give it to Havo or something? Streaming is more about a balance between playing and entertaining people. Yeah. That's true. I think for me, streaming, it was me kind of like learning the game and then having the viewers like yell at me. That seemed to be the most of my streaming. Like, I'm learning the game and them yelling at me like, you know, that's not Broly, that's Trunks. Why do you keep calling him Broly? Like, early on when I first started doing Dokkan was hilarious because I didn't know shit about Dragon Ball. I was like, famously for me, for Dokkan Battle was I was learning Dragon Ball at the same time I was learning the game because I didn't know shit about Dragon Ball. Like, I legit thought Strength Super Trunks was Broly the whole time. Havohe has the account in cold storage. I can get back whenever. If Dokkan is still around after I've done law school and passed the bar and gotten a job, I might play again. I mean, the thing is, like, everyone always asks, when is Dokkan gonna die? Is it gonna die? And I'm like, as old as the game is, it's still able to get #1 in the shops. That's a big deal. Like, you don't just kill off a game that still has the ability to get #1 in, like, Google Play or the iOS. Like, in Japan, it almost always seems to be able to get #1 iOS. Google Play, it's harder, but, you know, they were second for, like, 4 or 5 days, and then third place the rest of the time. And with the property, like, Dragon Ball, I mean, come on. I feel like it'll still be around for a while. Like, as long as people are willing to pump money into the game, there's no reason for them to get rid of it. Do you still get comments from people yelling at you, calling TURs LRs? I remember there were some comments on my older videos where people were complaining about them. Like, dude, this video is like 3-4 years old. This was also before LRs came out. Like, leave me alone. Like, I forgot there was like a feature on YouTube where I could go back and see comments that I haven't replied to yet. And yeah, there's like a bunch of old videos where people are still commenting on them. And I'm like, why? Why are you commenting on this shit? Like, my old LR Goku vid, I think still gets comments on it. Of course, that's like my highest viewed video. Like, that's the only video I have that's like 100,000 plus. And so, like, randomly there'll still be comments on there. And I'm like, oh god, why? Like, the #1 comment I get on that video is like, why are you so slow? And I'm like, y'all don't realize that was like the first time I've ever done that event. Like, I did that event right when it came out. Like, I think I was the first one to upload a video too of that event. And of course, like, it's changed since then. Like, now they allow any droppable character, which meant like the other LRs. Like, back in the day when we were doing that, it was strictly Super Strike units only. Dokkan 2016 was a nightmare. Dragon Ball's hard to kill off. Dokkan 2015 was more fun. Like, back in the day when we first started, it was more interesting, yeah, because you didn't have like characters that like straight up destroyed everybody. Like the Broly event, like the Broly, not event, just the Broly stage in general. The Broly boss was so hard, but like there were things that you could do to beat it. It was grindy, but at least it was like something that made you think. Like those were actually, oh, okay, Infamous Blackout. Yeah, they had like some weird thing that happened with it, with this setup. I forgot what it was that happened. I think it had to do with the way that Lei had it set up. Like it randomly blacked out. "2015-17 was Ranma's best streaming years." Well, I mean, that's when I was like streaming like almost every day. Like I told y'all, once I started working full time, I didn't have time to stream anymore. Morgan's so cool. Morgan had like the best mechanics. She was such an interesting character in this game because she didn't play like everybody else. Even though it's using like the old school sprites. She was so famously had like the same sprites for every game she was in until Marvel 3. New players don't know how it felt back in the day. Like one of my popular videos for Dokkan Battle was that one time I beat the Broly event with all the recommended units. Like I don't know if y'all remember that. Like the recommended units to disable Rampage were a bunch of R characters, like a bunch of rare characters. Like there was that Piccolo, and there was the Krillin, which was weird because he was type disadvantage. But he worked for that event just because of the passive. Because normally you would not take a physical unit to fight against Broly. Like back then, it was fun making videos for like boss fights in Dokkan because they were hard. Now, a lot of the events are like artificially hard. The ghetto rig. Back then, when teams were filled with nothing but SRs, yeah. Remember the Bane? Or the epic Beerus Marathon, not gonna forget that one. I want to redo that. Like I want to go back, look at my team and redo the event with the exact same team but like updated. The only problem is like I'd have to find somebody that has Android 13 lead, which that's probably virtually impossible. I'm still trying to remember who knocked Boss into Losers, because it's still surprising to me that he was in Losers that early. Now, if y'all love CVS2, Boss still streams. Like, he streams not every day, but quite a bit. Always streaming CVS2. Although last night he was streaming Alpha 2. Please do. I mean, I'd have to find someone that has an Android 13 friend, friend lead. That's going to be the hardest part. The good old days of AGL Kid Buu having a godly leader skill. No, dude, you know who was really good back in the day was Physical Ultimate Gohan. That was the god tier lead. Plus 3 key. Nothing else, just plus 3 key. $13 or $16. Remember the type banners with awakened SRs and the scouters would break? Yeah, the fucking bait banners. Yeah, those are garbage. Strength Bardock was king for a while. I mean, when I started playing JP, Strength Bardock was one of the best characters in Global. Because it was him and that AGL Goku that came out at the same time. Like, that was the Goku that had, God, he had the most whack passive. It was like, what, plus 2 or 3 key if he was 99% at 99% health or less. So if he was full bar, full health, so that meant like turn 1, he didn't get the passive. That was such garbage. Like, they had... Dokkan has some of the worst conditions for their passives. Like, why would you put that in there? Why would it be 99%? It's like you purposely want to step on a bomb before the boss fight so you can make sure the passive goes off. Like, imagine, hey, you want to be a full potential? Damage yourself before you fight this boss. That'd be like, could you imagine, like, if CVS2 had stuff like that, that'd be so dumb. It's like, hey, you know what? You can get meter, but you can't get it unless you're like 99% health or less. So you gotta wait, you gotta like purposely get yourself hit in order to get yourself meter. That's like what it's like. It's so dumb. Strength Gogeta was king for 6 months. Strength Gogeta was like the best leader, like Rainbow leader. But the problem was Super Vegeta came out like almost right after, and then that introduced mono teams. Like, mono teams became the meta. Like, first year anniversary changed everything in Dokkan. Like, it changed everything from it being about strategy to bulldozing. Like, year 1 Dokkan was about strategy, trying to figure out, okay, how am I going to get this team to beat this boss? And then after that, it was like, oh no, just steamroll them. Like, especially with Super Vegito, like AGL, Jesus Christ. Full rage bar. I think it was around this time too. Marn used to be known as just a Bridget player in Guilty Gear. And then when Boss and them came down, he actually taught Marn the finer techniques of how to play Eddie. Because he messed around with Eddie, but he wasn't like super great with him yet. And it was around this time where Boss and Kendivu really taught Martin how to play Eddie. And then he became an Eddie player, and then he became a lot better. Because at the time, Martin was an okay Guilty Gear player, but he wasn't like elite. Mainly because he only played Bridget. But it was impossible to beat physical full power Frieza without Gogeta. Remember when everyone was like, Janemba's trash? And then he got an easy A. I remember nobody wanted Janemba. I can't wait till Strength Gym gets an easy A. Like, this era of easy A's is going to be so incredible. Like, they actually made Super Saiyan 3 Broly decent. That's amazing to me. The fact that they were able to do that means so much for like some of the other 120 leads. Physical Cooler is an amazing unit right now. If his EZA buffs him at all, he's going to be so good. The Super Saiyan 4s are still pretty good. They only get outshined because you have the LRs. Like, if you have the LRs, you're going to use them definitely over the TURs. But depending on what kind of EZA they get, they might be really good. Because I remember for a while the meta was still to use the TURs, but reverse them to use them with the LRs. So waiting to see what they do with those, with their EZAs, is going to be amazing. Like, those three especially I'm looking forward to. And then you still have Gogeta and Janemba. Sorry, we're doing a lot of Dokkan talk during this Showdown stuff, but I mean... Remember the Incel meme? He's actually not bad with his EZA. Can't wait for Super Saiyan 4's Cooler and Gogeta EZA. Yeah, they're gonna... I'm definitely super interested to see what they do with them. I'm gonna hold off judgment though, because like Super Vegito, people were disappointed with, but he got buffed. He did get buffed. The thing was, like, he was really good before the buff, so like they couldn't buff him too much. Dokkan's life is bound to happen. Sounds like fighters before they found out he can solo touch death. I remember when the Japanese players got stuck in Houston for an extra day. We planned like, we were like, fuck it, we're just gonna party. Like, we took him to Joe's Crab Shack. We got them all monster margaritas. We all got wasted. They did a bunch of coin flips for money outside. Like, the restaurant was closing up and they kicked us out, and then we stayed in the parking lot doing fucking coin flips for money. And then, oh, no, I remember. Okay, so their last night in Houston, we did all that, and they got drunk, and they missed their flight, and then it had to get rescheduled for the next day, so then we ended up just going to their hotel room and playing games that whole day. But my friend Mike, he bought gifts for all of them. Like, he bought Otaku a cool Zippo lighter, since they love to smoke. And then Boss, he got him this Russian vodka bottle that was shaped like a rifle. And we didn't think about it, but like we kind of figured it probably wouldn't go very well for him trying to bring that back to Japan. So we ended up having to drink it all that night. And it was a fucking giant ass bottle. I think it was like $100 for that bottle. Like, I think, yeah, like I don't think he could take it with the alcohol. Like, it couldn't be full. Like, so we had to like drink all of it, and he could take the empty bottle with him into the airport. Like, he could have that flown in, but like if it was like full, he couldn't take that. Interested in what they're going to do with Angel Super Saiyan 3 Goku. They have to give him some defense. He has like no defense. That's literally all I want for them to do for him, because he still hits really hard. He just needs defense. Like, he gets buffed for every rainbow orb he gets. All they have to do is add defense at the same time, and that's a good enough buff. Still waiting for an anniversary that isn't Gogeta or Super Saiyan 4 centered. The wait continues. You know it's not going to happen. Like, next year is going to be Super Saiyan 4s. It's going to be a Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, but it's going to be like Super Saiyan 4 Goku and Vegeta together, and then active change into Gogeta. You know it is. What would be really cool, though, is if they did that for one side, and then the other side was like Shadow Dragons. Like, if it was all the Shenrons, like, as a team card, and then their active changes, they all combine into Omega Shenron or something. That'd be kind of cool, I think. But I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's going to be Super Saiyan 4s again, because that's the pattern. You're waiting. They're calling for Janemba nerfs? What? Why? Year 6 is going to be GT theme. Probably Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. Yeah, exactly. That's what we said. One card will be Super Saiyan 4 Goku and Vegeta. The other card will be Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta and Goku. Like, I'm happy they finally made those two cards on Pure Saiyan. Save this video, you probably just predicted the future 2021. That's what everyone's predicting. What are you talking about? Like, everybody knows it's going to be Super Saiyan 4s. And then year 7 is going to go back to Gogeta. You want limit breakers? See, I don't even know what that is. I never watched GT. Like, honestly, all the cool ideas are like in Dragon Ball Heroes, but they're never gonna make that like a big thing. Like, they have them in Dokkan, but they don't make them like a big thing. They're silly, but you have to be on point. I mean, that's the same with most Touch of Death combos. Like in Marvel, like, you have Touch of Death combos, but like you have to keep up with it. Like, the one thing I'm really amazed at is the Touch of Death combos in like Marvel 3. Like, when they're doing the TAC infinites, I don't understand how they're able to keep up with that, because TAC infinites take forever. Like, I don't know if the Scrubx is still in here. One of the most amazing things to me is watching him do Spencer TAC infinites, because I'm like, the first part of it's fine, but then you keep going with it, and I'm like, holy shit, this fucking combo never ends. I would never be able to do that, because at a certain point, I would just, like, my hands would give out. I'm like, I can't keep doing this. Kendivu versus Ricky. Is this final? Or this is winner's final, I think. We need a King Chappa ECA. Oh, I don't know if you saw it, Nate. I finally got Xano animation when I got the new Vegito. Like, that was the one summon animation I had not gotten at all yet. Like, I've gotten Blue Planet a few times. I've gotten Whis Rewind a couple times. But I had never gotten the Xeno animation before. What the hell was that? Ricky with the hardest of reads. Like, Ricky did like an almost full screen cannon spike for no reason. Limit Breaker Super Saiyan 4s is from Heroes. Rumor around the corner is a Dokkan Fest Heroes. They will hit their 10th year anniversary. Yeah, like, I could see them doing that, but they're not going to make them, like, super great. Like, Heroes is not, like, their focus. Guys, we spent 2 hours watching CVS 2. I was going to get myself some Japanese whiskey. I don't know why, I just decided not to. I usually get Johnny Walker, so that's why I ended up getting this one. They told me it's pretty comparable with it. It's been pretty smooth. It actually is pretty good. What I don't like is it's got that safe pour thing. I'm not a fan of that. Like, I just want my liquor, dude. Like, what the hell? Why are you trying to limit my shit? Yeah, we won't be getting those 2 hours back. When you clicked on my stream, that time was already gone. You knew what you were in for the minute you clicked on my stream. Come on now. It's a money grab, though, and Bandai will capitalize on it. I mean, that's how it always is. Dokkan is always a money grab. Y'all know that. Gotcha games are a money grab. This is still productive, though. You're basically a history teacher at this point. You're just saying that because I'm old. Forfeit? Like, whenever I played CVS 2, it was basically a forfeit. That's the reason why I picked Ratio 4s. Like, y'all don't understand. Whenever I picked Ratio 4 Halmaru, it wasn't to try to have all this damage and try to win. It was to make the matches go as fast as possible so I can make the tournament go. I don't think I have the videos for it. Ricky and Justin teamed up for the SBO qualifiers that we ran. And were they in Third Strike? Ricky didn't play Third Strike for some reason. I forgot what his reason was, but Ricky didn't want to play Third Strike that year. So Justin teamed up with Flash G. But they teamed up together for Capcom Fighting Jam, of all games, and they ended up qualifying for that. What's funny about that is they won the qualifier for Capcom Fighting Jam and then went to Japan for SBO, and then they won the last chance qualifier there to get into Third Strike. And I was thinking, it's like, if y'all were gonna do that, why didn't y'all just fucking team up together at Showdown? Just saved yourselves the trouble. Have I done my dailies yet? Dailies for what? Dokkan, I'm still trying to build up to 50 gems, 50 Dragonstones, so I can do my third multi on this rotation, and then get the free multi, and then I'll probably be done with the banner. Like, I don't think I want to. I'm definitely not spending anymore on the banner. I've already done, like, this is my third rotation on the Boo banner. Like, if I don't get him on these next two multis, I don't care. Like, I don't think I'm going to get him, and I just don't care. I'll just buy him with red coins when he finally shows up in the shop. Because I think by the time he shows up in the shop, I should have 1,000 red coins. Because I want to spend 500 to buy Blue Boys, since I never got them, and then I'll use the other 500 to buy Boo whenever he shows up in the shop. Welcome to Professor Ranma's History of International Fighting Game Studies. "101 is just a community level survey course, and the book is written by the professor. 2 semester GE units, meets Tuesday and Thursdays at 2 p.m. What's the tuition fee for this history lesson? That would be that would be a $50 pack of Dragonstones. Part 1 of the celebration has been dry. They really haven't been doing a lot of stuff. Like, they're starting to run into that issue that a lot of other games are running into, where it's like there's just not new stuff happening. We'll see what happens in part 2. Like, they're supposed to do the EZA for that Hercule. I'm surprised they didn't do that for part 1. There's probably going to be an LR banner. So there's probably going to be a new LR. Which is annoying because I didn't even get Jiren. I do need to get gold coins though, so I probably will summon on it. Seeing as it's a community college course, probably $75 a unit and $420 for the Xerox copied spiral bound textbook. You know, that's the one thing that pissed me off the most about college, is like, you'll have professor courses where they wrote their own shit and you have to go to the bookstore and buy it, and it's like $40 to $50, and it's like something that looks like a high school tennis club fucking program. Like, no effort in this printing whatsoever. Like, I remember one thing I bought, it was like stapled together. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Why did I pay so much for this? A lot of the times what we would do too is we would pitch in together. One person would buy the book and we just Xerox it. Because that was ridiculous. Like, why am I paying $40 for this piece of crap? Like, books in college is a scam. Straight up. College books are a scam. So many times it's like the books they suggest you to get is like on its 9th edition or something, and they didn't change anything. Like, you go back and buy like the 8th gen, 7th gen, or even all the way back to like, say, like 4th gen, 5th gen, and like the book's exactly the same. Like, nothing changed. So like, you just go on eBay or something, find like the old version of the book for like $5. Save yourself like $80, because the bookstore charges you like $80 for these stupid books. It's so dumb. You had a Spanish teacher who wrote his own textbook, lots of phrases concerning Senor Clinton and Senora Lewinsky. You know, that's showing your age, dude. You you keep making fun of my age. That's kind of dating you right there. Oh, I need to log into Damachi. Doing my dailies at the same time as watching some of these old ass vids. You know, honestly, Ricky making it to the winners final was a huge deal. Because everybody was expecting Kendivu and Boss to be in the grand final. Maybe it was Ricky that beat Boss, now that I think about it. It might have been Ricky. Nate is in his 30s. Took a course. I took the course in 2003. It wasn't that far back. And it was only what, 17 years ago. All right, I gotta do my familiar war. God, we didn't lose by much. What the fuck? We lost by like 9. I'm so mad. We should have won that. Losers bracket final. Combo Fiend and Ricky. That's actually kind of surprising. I actually think I'm going to stop CVS 2. I kind of want to go to another game. We'll go to last game, Kendivu versus Ricky, and then we'll finish out CVS 2 and move on to another game. I didn't know you were on Danmachi. I have my own guild in Danmachi. Memorial Freeze? I love playing that game. Don't know if I want to try for some of these guys or just say fuck it and just go for the easy wins. There's only like 5 guys on here that have really buff looking teams. Like some of these teams look like garbage. I always kind of struggle with that. We're trying to figure out if I want to go for like the harder teams or just say fuck it and get the easy wins. Is it full? No. I can't really add anybody right now because it's in the middle of the familiar war, but like when the war is over, there's definitely spots open. Just look up R5 Guild or R5. You should be able to find it on there. Oh, I see. I'm being ignored. How mature of you, boomer. What? What'd you say? It's really sad that Rama will be 50 before I'm 40, just saying. I mean, I'm old. I've already said that before. That's assuming I make it to 50. That's not a guarantee. I'm sure you might. I wouldn't say that. You never know. Alright, so that was CVS 2. Can Divu win it? Let's go to another game. Jesus Christ. Okay. So, we had a lot of games. What's a good one to do? There's Guilty Gear, Third Strike. What do you want to see? We got, that's Showdown 6. We're not doing 6 yet. I will let the chat decide. Chat, what do you want to see? We can do Guilty Gear, Third Strike, or Marvel. Rama, you'll make it, you're immortal. I used to think that, but it's definitely not the case anymore. Especially not with the history of cancer in my family. Nothing is ever given. You know what? I'm going to take an easy win because that fight was not fun at all. Let's see, that one or this one? No, not that one. Oh, that bitch is annoying. I don't want to fight her. Marvel, Third Strike. Let's watch your old Dokkan stream. No, this is a Texas Showdown stream. Like they say, as long as you have 1/5 on the 4th, you go for the 5th Dracon. I guess we'll do Marvel. Actually, I have some on my channel. We can do some of the ones that are on my channel. Oof Nation. Joe was a local player from Houston. At this time, he became the best in Houston. He was like a training partner with Vinny Man. Isaac Graham was from East Coast. Lower East Coast. I think he was from, well, maybe not Lower East Coast. I think he was from Maryland, if I remember right. His nickname was the People's Champ. Because, like, he was, like, the nicest dude. Everybody loved him. He's an MSP player. But Joe played really well this tournament. You know what? Next weekend I might do Dokkan retrospective, looking at old streams from Dokkan. My brother from another mother, Preppy, recording these matches. Showdown 5 was like the first time I met Preppy. And it was pretty hilarious because I was like, I remember I was walking around the venue, just like, you know, making sure things were setting up properly. And saw this random dude playing my team, which is odd because nobody plays my team. Marvel 2, my team was Mega Man Cable Tron. Like, nobody plays that team. So I'm walking around and I see this dude playing my team. I was like, what the fuck? Who the hell plays my team? Like, he's this random dude from Seattle, works for Microsoft, records all these matches, and he plays the exact same team that I do. I'm like, what the fuck? So from that point on, we were destined to be brothers. I was really happy to see him at Evo this past year, last year. So I haven't seen him in a long time. He was really busy though, so we didn't get to talk, which was kind of sad, but marking my calendar for Dokkan in the past. It won't matter. I'll miss the stream and I'll be salty for a week because of it. Back in the day, Discord used to be lit. Them good old days. It's because y'all kept triggering me. That's all y'all's fault. If y'all didn't all kept pulling fucking the 3rd anniversary units, that Discord would probably still be around. Okay, I actually haven't done my 7 Deadly Sins dailies. I need to do that. Like Noob and I. I don't know what he was thinking in that moment. He should have went for unblockable on Psylocke. I don't know what he was doing. What's kind of sad about this is like Joe was really good, but then he didn't play very long. Like he was Vinny's training partner for the longest time, and Vinny got really good, and Joe took a little while before he started getting really good. This was kind of his coming out tournament, and he went to Evo, I think, in 05? I think he went in 05. Yeah, he did go in 05, because it was him and Dictator that went in 05, but they were both underage, so they couldn't go anywhere. It was really sad. Like, there's a food court. Like, that year it was held at a Green Valley Ranch, which was not on the strip. It was like a resort. So it was even worse because it was like they couldn't go to the food court because you had to cross the casino floor to get to it. And since they were underage, they weren't allowed to. And since it was a resort not on the strip, there was nowhere else to go. You were stuck there. So, like, they couldn't do anything. I think for food, like, we had to go get food for them. Like, they'd have to be like, yo, give me a burger, dude. Like, alright, stay right there in that hall. Stay right there in that walkway that's not the casino, and I'll go get it. But yeah, Joe played seriously for maybe another year after this, and then he started working. Man, dude is a myth now. Sad is just an afterthought. Dragon Lord is not a kid anymore. He actually matured. They grew up. Sad shows up every once in a while. Sad was in the stream the other day. So that was actually a really big win for Joe. Because Isaac wasn't like the best player, but he was definitely like a top 5 MSP player from the East Coast at the time. This one was such an interesting match. Jumpy is so random. Like, I'll never say he's good. He's not good. He's just so random. That dude is like the epitome of luck. Like, he's so lucky. There's this famous story we have of Jumpy when he went to Midwest Championships. It was 2004. Midwest Championships was in Chicago, and a lot of us went to that event from Houston. But we all made plans to go. Like, we all rented a car. Or an SUV. We rented an Escalade. 10 of us drove up to the Midwest Championships that year. So, none of us knew that Jumpy was going. Like, he didn't tell anybody. Apparently what had happened was, he told his family that he was interested in going. And for his birthday, they bought him a plane ticket to go to Chicago. But I guess this was the first time he traveled. So he didn't plan anything else. So he didn't plan out housing or transportation or anything. Like, he got the ticket and he just flew to Chicago, and that was it. He didn't even know where the venue was held. Like, the tournament was held at a Nickel City, but it wasn't even in Chicago. It was like right outside Chicago. Like, kind of like in Houston, how we have the Woodlands, which is not really part of Houston, is like right outside of Houston. This arcade that they held the tournament at was like outside of Chicago. So he flew into Chicago, and then that was it. He didn't know what to do at that point. Like, he literally had no idea where to go. And this is back in 2004, so like, I don't think he had a cell phone. Like, traveling back in the day was way different from now. So the story is, he had no idea where he was going, and he just started walking. Like, he left the airport walking. He eventually made it to the freeway, just walking around. Like, he was walking on the side of the freeway, and like, cops stopped him. Like, a police car stopped and was like, yo dude, you can't walk on the freeway. Like, even on the side, you're not allowed to walk on the side of the freeway. What the hell are you doing? And he's like, yo, I'm here for a tournament. And they're like, oh, that's cool. Where's it at? I have no idea. And these cops are like, the fuck is wrong with you? Okay. So they ended up giving him a ride to McDonald's, like the nearest McDonald's, like the next exit. They just dropped them off at that McDonald's, and like, yeah, you can't walk on the freeway. You're gonna have to figure out what you're gonna do. Jumpy is the luckiest man on earth because this McDonald's that they dropped them off at happened to be the same McDonald's that a bunch of East Coast players showed up at. And they recognized him because Justin Wong was in that group, and Justin knew him from Showdown. Like, I don't think X was there, but like, some of those players just happened to be at that McDonald's that he was at. And they were like, yo, what are you doing here? It's like, oh, you here for Midwest Championships, right? And I'm like, yeah. They gave him a fucking ride to the tournament. And then he met up with the rest of us, and we're like, yo, dude, what the fuck? What are you doing here? It's like, he flew here. And we're like, what? Nobody knew he was going, and then he got so fucking lucky. Found like, one of the few people that coming to this tournament that would have known him, first off. Like, I don't think, like, if it was just random players going to Midwest Championships, they would not have known who he was. It just so happened, it happened to be actual players that went to Showdown before Midwest Championships that recognized him and then gave him a ride to the event. Because it's like, I don't know what he would have done if, one, the police didn't give him a ride to McDonald's. Like, what if he just, like, kept walking on that freeway? He doesn't know where he's going. I don't know what he was doing, and I don't know what he would have done. And then the other thing was, like, if he went to that McDonald's and didn't run into Justin and those guys, I don't know what he was going to do. Like, he would have just, like, bought his Big Mac and then been stuck there. Like, I think at that point, the only thing he could do is, like, go back to the airport. Like, he got so lucky. But that's why Jumpy's, like, the luckiest guy on Earth. Like, I know that's not a Showdown story, but that's still, like, an incredible fucking thing that happened. Like, we still couldn't believe what happened. Like, when we came back to Houston and told people about that, they're like, what the fuck? How does that even happen? Wakes up one day, looks out his window, takes a deep breath, and thinks to himself, I think there's a tournament over in that direction. Don't know where it is, but it'll work out. Exactly. No. Like, he was telling us this at the tournament. Because we were still in shock that he was there. We had no idea why he was there. But then when we heard the full story of what he did to get to the tournament, we're like, dude, that could have gone so bad. And you're a fucking idiot for not planning anything. How do you didn't plan housing? He didn't plan transportation? He didn't even write down the address of where it was. Like, imagine if you flew down here for Showdown and we weren't in Houston, like we were in the Woodlands or some shit. Like when we used to be with AM, we were in the Woodlands. Like, if you flew to the wrong airport, like if you didn't fly to Bush, if you flew into Hobby is like an hour away from the Woodlands. No, that to me is still crazy. Yeah, it is a crazy story. What's up, Angel? I'm gonna start doing my 7 Deadly Sin dailies while we're watching this. This is who? This is Joe versus Sanford. Sanford at this time was definitely up there. Like, I wouldn't say he was like the second best in the world yet. Justin was hands down the best in the world. Sanford was really high up there though, like definitely top 5. The big thing with this tournament, though, was that Justin was like undefeated in Marvel 2 until 2005. Like even in 2004, he won every tournament for Marvel 2. And then in 2005, Sanford actually beat him in a tournament. And it was like the first time that Justin had lost the Marvel 2 tournament. So this event actually became a big deal because Sanford and Justin were in it, and we're like, man, can Sanford do it again? Can he actually beat Justin again? Because if he beat Justin again, he wouldn't necessarily be called, you know, the best in the world, but he would have definitely been like right there. Like obviously, he would have been obviously, you know, it would have been him and Justin. But there was actually a lot of personal beef and personal, you know, personal pride on the line for this event. And then Justin ended up losing at EVO. Like, it was the first time he lost Marvel 2 at EVO was 2005. Facebook wants to give me free ground beef for life. Yo, that's sick. You should go for it. He finally hit rank 500 on Dokkan. Got all the rank stone missions finally done. Nice. I finally hit 600. Like, Nate, are you proud of me? I finally hit 600. I finally got off my lazy ass and did a little bit of rank. It's probably going to take me like 5 years to get to 700, but I finally hit 600. Let me see if I can find that one video. Like I said, there was definitely a lot of personal beef with this. Not like real animosity type stuff, but like Justin was number one, and he definitely felt a little bit of pressure when Sanford finally beat him. Oh, ranked 600. That's cute. Good for you, Billy. Fuck you. Look, that's a big deal for me. Sorry, Mr. 999. I don't spend my whole time trying to do rank. Correction, 999 2 years ago. Look, that just makes you a tryhard. Like, good for you. What did you get when you got 999? Like, what, 9 Hercule statues and what? 9 Dragon Stones? Five-year-old account. You received a special email from Bandai. Was it to tell you that your account was frozen? Your account is suspected of hacking. It was mostly blank, except it did say one thing. See, like I said, there was a lot of pressure on Justin. You hear he had a little bit of pop up there. Justin with the pop off. Like a lot of the East Coast guys were there for that tournament. You saw like Wigfall, Matrix was right there, Sanford, Justin. Like, they had a lot of East Coast guys that were there for that event. You lost days of your life, you'll never get them back. Exactly. Almost the same time to all of us, though. It's not like you wasted extra days. Well, I just autoed the crab boss in 7 Deadly Sins. I wasn't paying attention at all. Do you want to see any of my matches? I actually had a couple matches. I didn't do too bad at that showdown. Like, I almost made it out of my pool. Watch some of my matches. Fuck it. See some crappy Mega Man play. Learned a lot of life's most precious lessons from the Dokkan rank grind. Never forget the grind. JW is an old Dallas player, like an old school Dallas player. I ran into him at this past Evo, and he told me to this day he's still mad that he lost to me. I have that effect on people in Marvel too. They seem to remember when they lose to me, and they're always mad that they lost to me. I showed Preppy a lot of tricks with Mega Man in this tournament. Like, a lot of stuff that he didn't know. Like, I love using Rock Ball in certain matchups. And, like, he never used Rock Ball. At least not before this. Like, after I showed him, like, what Rock Ball can do, like, Rock Ball is really good, actually. Like, if it doesn't make initial contact on the first couple of caroms, it'll just keep going all across the screen. And it hit really hard. Like, Mega Man's Air Buster does a lot of damage, but Rock Ball actually does too, and it can hit multiple times. Runaway Storm was obviously really hard for Mega Man to deal with. But one of the tools is like, that's why, another reason why I use Rock Ball is to try to chase Runaway Storm, because it can get to like certain angles. The other thing is, like, if she tries to do like Hailstorm, I can throw an Air Buster at the right height to knock her out of it. You're still mad? You don't even play Marvel. I keep telling you, I'll teach you how to play marbles so you can beat Matt. He just gave up. Like I told you and David, like you and Noobster, if y'all really want to learn, I'll teach y'all how to play. Everybody likes to complain in Marvel 2 that Mega Man just goes jump back fierce and that's it. But there's actually certain things to the jump fierce that makes it really good. There's a specific height that's really good for Airbuster because it'll cancel out all kinds of things. Like that right there, I did Charge Buster to prevent him from killing Tron. But no, but like for Mega Man Airbuster, there is a certain height which is like right below the apex of his jump. It's the right height to cancel out Hailstorm. It'll knock Doom Assist out because it'll hit him right in the head before he can activate his assist. And like certain assists will also get hit by it if you time it right at that height. And Preppy's so biased. Me and Preppy became best friends this tournament. Like it was the first time I met him was this tournament, and we instantly became best friends. That right here is like the guaranteed guard break with Cable. Duck showed me that the first year he came down, which was like you do air hyper, make him block that, and then air hyper again, and that's guaranteed guard break. Because if you try to do it with jump fierce, what a lot of people will do is they'll try to eat the jump fierce from Cable to be able to block the air hyper. So if you think they're gonna do something like that, that's the counter to it. It's like, you know what, fuck it. If I got the meter, I'll just go ahead and fucking do air hyper right now. If you decide to eat it, you eat it. If you don't, then you're blocking air hyper, and then you're guard broken, and then I air hyper right after. You might take me up on it. Like, dude, like, it's not that I have anything against Matt. I want Matt to have more people around his level to play. Like, I like playing Matt. I like teaching him how to play. But you learn faster if you're playing against people around your level. So, like, what I'd like to do is get a bunch of people up to around his level so that he'll learn faster. Because I know he loves to play Marvel 2. He just doesn't have enough people around his level to learn. I don't know why I started Cable. I think this was actually an accident. I didn't mean to start Cable. Even though it's working out for me here. I never start Cable. Because like Cable without meter kind of sucks. That could have been so much better. I messed that up. That storm definitely should have ate a lot more damage. That sounded like Carnival. That might have been Carnival. He was talking to Andrew, which is the Angita from Lake Jackson. I was in his stream the other day, and like he told me Brad moved to Canada for work. Logan from Dallas, I know, is up there in Canada also. See, that's the tech I was talking about. Like, one way to get out of guard break is just eat the fierce, and then you can block the rest of it. Of course, the counter to the to that is like, just be a scrub and just say fuck it, and just like do it. What's up, Dark Ganon? Yeah, he was not happy. He lost to me there.
Jake versus Ranma.
This is Jake from Dallas. This is like really early on when he played. Did I get Vegito and Boo? I got Vegito. I posted my pulls. My pulls are up on my YouTube. That was unfortunate. I was trying to do counter into air hyper, but I did it at the wrong time. But yeah, that was supposed to be counter and air hyper, and then he clipped me. I missed them since trying to get a new phone. I mean, the banner's still up. The banner, the 3+1 is up until another 9 days or so. And then the regular banner should be up until probably the end of the month. Jake actually won Showdown. The Showdown Marvel 2 tournament last year. He got a lot better. There you can see my assist kill. I think it went for Rock Ball there. Yeah. Rock Ball is really annoying for Sentinel, because he'll try to fly around a lot, and then he has to avoid Rock Ball. That right there is a glitch. And then that right there is Hyper Mega Man. Hyper Mega Man has invincible frames on startup. So especially if you see like Magneto trying to cross you up, it's real easy to just do it, because it'll catch him. Ship out Magneto. Now it's solo sent. See right there, that's strat. Eat the fears so you don't get guard broken. That was the fuck up. I could probably have done more uppercuts, scimitars, especially with those 2 assists protecting me and Sentinel just like flying around. That would have been fine, but yeah. Obviously, we're only going to show me winning at Showdown. Why would I show myself losing? I don't know if I have any of the matches that I lost on here. I definitely did lose because I didn't make it to top 8 or anything, but I don't know if Preppy recorded them or not. That's all on my side. Let's see what we got here. Let's do Third Strike. Because we got some Third Strike on here. 23 views, that's it. Let's move on down toward the end. Shen versus Fubar. Losers bracket already. That sucks. They added stamina to Pokemon Masters. Used to be free. I have no idea about Pokemon Masters. That's definitely not something that I know anything about. Ill Will Tech? Oh my god. Ill Will. I think at this time Fubar had gone to Japan and then came back. And he leveled up a lot when he came back from Japan. Ricky and Justin were both really good at the game. It's funny too because like Justin was not good at Third Strike, and then all of a sudden he cared and then learned how to play Third Strike. And Ricky is normally a Chun-Li player, but since him and Justin were teaming up, he started picking up Ken. Is SAO still stamina free? Yes. A lot of this was preparing them for SBO. And then they just end up getting destroyed by Kuroda. Like, it's a pretty famous video too in the FGC. It was Justin and Ricky at SBO losing to Kuroda's fucking Q. Kuroda was so fucking good at this game. I hate these fucking smart pours. Fucking give me my alcohol. What the fuck? I swear he didn't hit confirm that. He just fucking did it. Was it fucking short into super? I don't even think that was like low forward, was it? Oh, it might have been low forward. One thing about the Third Strike tournament was the main tournament was on console, and then SBO qualifiers was done on arcade cabinet. And so Pyro Lee and Frankie 3S flew down for the SBO qualifier, but they refused to enter the main tournament. Pyro Lee especially, because he refused to play on console. So they won the SBO qualifier and they qualified, for Third Strike, but they both refused to enter the main Third Strike tournament. I don't know why. Like, I don't. Well, me, I don't know the differences Like, I'm too scrubby to tell what the differences are between the console and the arcade version. But Pyro Lee was adamant about never playing on console. Like, I think to this day, he still never plays on console. Which is kind of a shame, because he was definitely, like, for a while, like, the best Third Strike player in the US. And at SPO, they did better. Like, they got further than Justin and Ricky. Like, Justin and Ricky, I think, lost second round, and then Pyro Lee and Frankie made it, like, one round further. I wonder if he ever went out for Co-op Cup. Co-op Cup would have been perfect for Pyro. Damn, has it really been 3 hours? Of course, we spent like 2 hours looking at fucking CVS 2. So I guess I shouldn't be that surprised. So I don't know if I mentioned it last night. Like, I had went to H Mart, which is like our Korean supermarket, and the fried chicken place in there, like Korean fried chicken, they had like the special, and it was like 20 pieces, drumsticks and wings. So I've been eating, like, I ate that all yesterday, and I still had leftovers. So I had mentioned that I was gonna eat dinner with my mom. We went to my sister's place, and so my mom like ordered food for dinner. She ordered Korean fried chicken. So I've had like nothing but like Korean fried chicken for the past 2 days. And I still have leftovers, so I'm probably going to eat it tomorrow. So, like, for 3 straight days, I'm eating fucking fried chicken. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's good as fuck. Like, I love it. But, Jesus Christ, 3 straight days of it. And she got, like, the whole chicken. Like, I just got, like, drumsticks and wings. She got, like, the whole chicken. So like even with the leftovers, it's like random parts. Like, I think I got like white meat parts, dark meat parts, some drumsticks, gizzards, and I think they fried just like the skin and like gave me some of that, which is cool. I like the skin. The skin is great. I gotta figure out how I'm gonna heat it though. Like, you know, you want it crispy, obviously, for fried chicken. So, like, you can't just, like, straight nuke it. Like, nuking fried chicken is okay, but you never get the skin just right. So, usually what I do is, like, I'll nuke it initially, because I want to get, like, the meat warmed up. And then after that, what I do is I'll stick it in, like, a toaster oven to try to crisp up the skin. You never had Korean fried chicken? It's good. It's like they twice fry it usually, so the skin gets really crispy, and then they'll mix it with the flavors. Kind of like, You know, if you get wings, it's kind of similar to how they do wings. Like, you'll twice fry it, and then you'll toss it with whatever flavoring. And Korean flavors are usually hot and sweet, or spicy and sweet. That's usually the typical Korean flavors. So, that's what they like to do with most of that stuff. You know what's really weird about this is that Ricky went ahead and did the mirror against Fubar, but against Justin he doesn't do the mirror. And like he lost winner's final not doing the mirror. So I'm curious why he doesn't just say fucking just do the mirror, the Chun-Li mirror. His Chun-Li is way better than his Ken. Like, it would have been one thing if, like, he hates the Chun-Li mirror, but he won the Chun-Li mirror against Fubar. I'm making you hungry? Why? It's like 1 a.m. here. Like, if I was in a place like Vegas or something like that, you could Uber late night and not care about it. Like, I think if you're staying at a hotel, Uber Eats at all hours is fine. At home, it's not. Like, I would never order Uber Eats at this time to deliver to my house. Like, fuck no. Does he switch to Chun? Because this Ken is just not doing it. No, he's still playing Ken. The fuck? Ricky, what the fuck, man? You know what I actually feel like right now is fucking pancakes. That's definitely something I would order from Uber Eats if I didn't care about it being at like my house. Because IHOP is 24/7. IHOP would be perfect to order late night. Like, the thing is, in Houston, there's not a lot of late night places. Like, we're not like full on 24/7 like other places. There's only a few late night places here. Like, you've got Denny's, IHOP, Waffle House. If you're in the southwest side, we have Dots. Dots Diner, which is pretty good. Chinatown is open pretty late. Like, Chinatown typically is open till like about 2 to 4 a.m. depending on which places you go to. We have taquerias. Taquerias like Ruichi and Aranda's. Certain Aranda's are 24/7. Tapatia is usually open till like 4 or 5 a.m. on the weekends. But like, it's not the same as like if you go to like Vegas. Vegas, like, so many places are 24/7. Like, I think Fat Burger was 24/7. They have a 24/7 McDonald's. Just ate tamales a while ago. My doctor told me to watch my weight. Going against it. I mean, if the doctor told you to watch your weight, like, you probably need to start watching your weight. You getting fat, boy? Is that what's happening? Dog, Ricky, why? Like, I don't know why Ricky didn't play Chun-Li one time. That was terrible. Like, Justin was not hit confirming. Justin was just fucking doing it. Shout outs to Justin, by the way. Like, out of all the fighting game players, that dude grinded so hard. He gets where he is now in esports. Like, I remember every time I've talked to him, he's always talking about how he's trying to grind, trying to get all these opportunities and everything. Like, he was one of the first sponsored FGC players. And then he's consistently been, you know, up there in terms of endorsements and everything. Like, now he's independent, but he's getting his own endorsements and everything. Like, he's definitely the model that a lot of FGC guys need to follow if they want to make a career out of it. Because in terms of esports, FGC players are definitely bottom rung. Like, it's not given to you. Like, it's really hard, I think, compared to, like, FPS players or, you know, League players or, you know, other games. Doc is used to seeing me fit. Now that I'm in quarantine, I'm out of shape. Nice. So talking about esports. So yeah, getting back to like the story at the very beginning of the stream. So we teamed up with Major League Gaming for this event. And like at the time, FGC people had no idea what Major League Gaming was. What happened was they had contacted Evo first to ask about partnering with them. Now, eventually they did partner with them. But what had happened was Evo turned them down and told them to contact Texas Showdown. So that's when I got the email from, I think Sundance Giovanni was the guy that gave me the initial email. Sundance was one of the co-founders of Major League Gaming. And after talking it over with Javi and CMUT and like all like some of the community guys, were like, yeah, this sounds like a great opportunity. And so they flew me out to DC for their DC event. And what ended up happening was, you know, we talked about working together at Showdown and everything and finalizing it, because we'd already talked about it and got the initial framework done. Like, you know, we were going to be at this hotel. They're going to rent out the ballroom. We don't have to pay anything. Y'all just have to set up your shit. And it was a great deal. What happened, though, was during the meeting, they asked me if I wanted to run Tekken 5 for them. So I ended up working for Major League Gaming that year, running Tekken 5 events. And yeah, that was because of Evo. And because this event went so well, Evo ended up working with them that year. And that was like the famous first year Evo went to Vegas, Green Valley Ranch, and all that. Even CCG gets more notoriety? Yeah. Exactly. There's a funny story too about Evo. Everybody knows about Evo Moment 37, the famous Daigo parry. That's like the most famous FGC events in history. What people don't know is Evo was still dying at that point. Oh shit, Alex. Alex P. Alex P was from Houston. Big time Slayer player. He was a training partner with Marn. So Evo didn't do so hot financially after 2004. Like, everybody remembers the big Daigo Perry and everything. It was like the most famous esports moment in history, right? That's what drew a lot of people into the FGC. What people don't know is that Evo was not doing very well. In late 2004, the Evo staff actually contacted Javi and asked about the possibility of them working with us to come to Houston. This was like before the MLG stuff, by the way. What the fuck just happened? He just like straight up just died. That was quick. Is this Peter? Is this combo versus Mar? No, this is versus Boss. Vanessa was kind of tall. Oh, she was wearing heels for this. She was kind of tall. Definitely taller than Lizzie. Lizzie is short. But anyhow, they had talked with Javi about possibly working with us and moving to Houston. Plans fell through. They decided they were just going to stay in the West Coast. Like, they didn't want to come back out. But there was a possibility that Evo would have ended up in Houston. So this was Reload. Like, we had just switched from XX to Reload. Eddie was still really good. Like, Eddie was really good in XX, and then he got like God tier in this fucking game. My review of this whiskey is it's actually really smooth to drink, but it's definitely got a bite at the end. I don't think I'm going to be able to get to Showdown 6, but, you know, it's fine. Showdown 5 was, like, the biggest event for us at the time. Like, it took a long time for us to surpass this event. Like, everything involved with this event was crazy. This was definitely one of the most fun events we ever had. I still want to get a bottle of some good-ass Japanese whiskey. Go to Specs. Specs carries a lot of Japanese whiskey. I don't know about up north. Like, the one on Westheimer has a really good selection of it. You can check online too. Like, online Specs should tell you whether or not they have like certain brands. But I remember the one on Westheimer had a lot of really good selection. Damn, Combo Fiend got wrecked so fast. Showdown 5 was the one until our most current ones. Yeah. This was the one we teamed up with Major League Gaming. Like, total attendance, including MLG, was over 1,000. Seeing that wiring on stage. Look, this was the first time we worked with the stage. Like, the year before this, we were still at Stargate. So this was like a huge step up in terms of like everything. Production and all kinds of stuff. Like, you see that mixer right there. Like, this is what I'm drinking right now. Label 5. The Specs employees suggested this one to me, and it was pretty good. It's pretty smooth. This one's a 12-year aged. This one was like $20 for a 750 milliliter bottle. That's really good, I think, for a 12-year aged Scottish blend whiskey. I think that's pretty good. Label 5, that's some hearty whiskey. Yeah, no, it's pretty good. True and true, grassroots were still true grassroots, yeah. Like, in terms of events, like, you're talking about 2005, right? 2005, very few events did what we did for Showdown 5. Like, EVO was, like, the only other one that was, like, similar to what we did. And even then, they were still on a campus. Like, at a college campus, there's only certain things you can do. Like, there's a lot of restrictions because, you know, it's a school. This one was at a hotel ballroom. And one of the things, like, Bucktooth especially loved this event. Like, this is still to this day one of his favorite events, most favorite events, because the hotel bar was, like, right next door to the ballroom. So, like, they would play their matches, go to the bar, and then bring the drink into the venue. Like, he fucking loved this event. I just now realized you're sporting the ST beanie. Exactly, this beanie is tight. I have my my Hori one. No, my Sanwa. I have a Sanwa beanie that I bought at the same time with this. Because there was this one and that all white Sanwa banner. Beanie. Not banner, beanie. I don't wear that very much because white is like, I'm afraid of it getting dirty. Like, I love that beanie. It looks great. But I'm afraid of getting it dirty. Even now in the pandemic, peeps miss Texas Showdown because of how nice and chilled the environment is. Well, I mean, that's Texas in general. Like, Southern hospitality was a big thing. Like, one thing that Texas Showdown was always known for was being very fair with the brackets. Like, you'll hear, like, old school FGC tales where they talk about brackets and floating and biased seedings and all that. We never did that at Texas Showdown. Like, even from the beginning, our goal was, we want to prove we're the best, but at the same time, like, we want to do it the right way. So, we've always been known to be very fair with our brackets and seeding. So, like, it was very accommodating for out-of-state, even out-of-country players to come in and play. And, like, you know, we want to prove we're the best, but we want to prove it the right way. Like, we would never do a thing like, if two Japanese players came down, we would never put them, like, against each other first round. That's, like, totally the most fucked up thing you could do. Like, hey, let me fly 13 hours to your tournament with my friend and have to fight each other first round. Like, it's the most fucked up thing you could do. Like, we would never do that. This might be an unknown fact for some people. Alex P, his real name is Paul. It took me so many years to find this out. Like, this whole time we thought his name was Alex, and that's why he called himself Alex P. Because his last name is Perales. So we're like, oh, so his name must be Alex Perales. I think it was like 2 years after Showdown 5 that he made top 8 that we found out his real name was Paul. And we're like, your real name is Paul Perales? Why do you call yourself Alex? And he's like, because Paul is a boring name. Alex sounded so much better. I'm like, that is the lamest thing I've ever heard. Why would you just name your first name different? I'm glad you taught David better most of the time about how to seed that shit. Dude, I'm still mad at him for some of the seeding that he's done. Because I don't pay attention to Arc System games that much anymore. But, like, he seeded some of the games really badly. Like, sometimes I have to go back and, like, reseed some of his stuff. He needs to fess up if he doesn't legit know a game. That's the thing, though. Like, for Arc System games, he's supposed to be my Arc System guy. So that's why I don't understand why he didn't know, like, some of the seedings for that. What's crazy about this tournament is I think this is the first time that Marn beat Combo Fiend at Guilty Gear. Like the couple years before this, he lost the Combo Fiend. Like, Combo Fiend eliminated from Guilty Gear the past couple years at Evo. But that was because Marn was still playing Bridget. That's like me trying to seed a CVS2 bracket. I mean, CVS2 is actually easy. Like, you probably just seed it based on, like, old Street Fighter knowledge. When all I know is ST, Alpha 2, and 3. Well, that's the thing. Like, honestly, a lot of the seeding is the same for a lot of those games. You walk off. Alright, I'm gonna pour myself one last shot of this. This was definitely good. I definitely enjoyed this whiskey. This whiskey was actually a lot better than I thought it would be. I had no idea what to expect when I bought this. Label 5. Because I honestly had never heard of it before. Like, I know there's people that like, you know, Crown. They like Johnny, like Crown and Jack Daniels. I was more of a Johnny Walker guy. So when are we doing a Street Fighter the movie side event? Shut up. Never. Not us. If someone else wants to do it, that's fine. I'm never doing it. Seeing Peter and Marn stick? Yeah. Like I said, like, this was around the time where people were still using Moss sticks, but then Tekken 5 came out, and Tekken 5 changed the game. When the Tekken 5 Collector's Edition came out with that Hori stick, that started introducing so many people to Japanese sticks. And then that pretty much changed, like, the whole meta in terms of, like, what people like to use for tournaments or in gaming in general. Those layouts and bat tops. So there used to be this company called Red Octane, and they were mostly known for DDR products, like DDR pads and stuff like that. But they were trying to get into the controller market, and what we used to do is like, all you had to do was email them and tell them you were running an event, and they would sponsor by giving you controllers. And so they made like a stick similar to a Moss stick, a little bit smaller, and it was perfect for modding. So what people would do is like, they would take the Red Octane sticks, gut it, and then put in their own parts. It was like basically like the same. It was like a Moss stick, except more streamlined. So it was like a really nice case, and so that's what people would do with it. They actually made some decent DDR pads too. Like they made this padded DDR pad. Like it had foam padding in it, so it wouldn't slide around a lot. So it wasn't as bulky as like the metal pads or the hard plastic pads. And it wasn't as hard on your feet because it was a foam. A soft, well not soft, I guess it was a hard foam pad. Yeah, the Tekken 5 introduced a lot of people to A-Trap 2, exactly. Well, A-Trap 1, not even A-Trap 2. It was more like an A-Trap 1 with the button layout. Fuck trying to mod a soldered board. Yeah, that was not fun. Well, the thing about the Tekken 5 stick, the problem was when people would try to mod it, the circuit board and the buttons were like right next to each other. Like usually you would have wires connecting the buttons to the board. For some reason, I guess it was to cut costs. Like the board was basically soldered directly to the buttons. Like there was almost no cable. So you had like unsolder the board, and then maybe you would get wires to connect the buttons, like solder the buttons to the board. But a lot of cases, when they were modding those Tekken 5 sticks, they would just get a whole new board. Like they would take a controller and rip out the board from the controller and use that for the stick. Because the thing is, like, you could use like a PS1 pad. Like you didn't even have to use a PS2. Like that was the beautiful thing about it. It was like back then, PS1, PS2 used the same fucking controllers. So you didn't need a PS2. You could get a PS1 pad and use that circuit board instead. That Red Octane stick at $60. I mean, that was a steal. Well, that was the thing. Is so the hack back in the day was, if you were a TO, all you had to do was email them and tell them, like, you know, how big your event was, how many people you were expecting, and they would just send you shit. So, you know, Showdown and other regionals that we held at Stargate were pretty big. So they would just send us shit. This is a picture of Justin from like Showdown 3 where he's holding a stick. That, a Red Octane stick. Like they would just send us stuff. Remember seeing the Pelican one too? Oh god. Pelican. Loving these retro streams this weekend. What's up, Chozo? How you been? I need to get together with you sometime. Work on your Marvel 2 game. Like I was telling Kage, like I'm willing to teach y'all how to play Marvel better. You know, not strictly just to beat Matt, but to get better. So then y'all guys can all level up together with Matt. Quamba Pearl has the best layout. What's the Quamba Pearl? Like, I like the Obsidian. Like, I definitely like this stick that I got from Showdown. The the RNG from the fucking employee raffles. You need it? Yeah, just let me know. Do y'all have the emulator? Did y'all get Null DC Bear? Because I got that on my computer and it runs pretty well. That's the HRAP 2 layout and makes sense button wise. No, I don't like the HRAP 2 layout. I was more into the HRAP 1 layout. Out of the newer sticks, that is, a white version of it, but with an HRAP 2 button layout. No, the hard pass for me. Hope you're doing well. I'm holding up. I'm doing pretty well. You know, still working every day, but so far been staying safe. You mean your Stardew Valley stick? Exactly. My Stardew Valley controller. Kendivu and Boss. Eddie Fest. Like I said, this was the first time Marn had beaten Combo Feed at Guilty Gear. And he was really mad. He's like, that's the first time I fucking lost to Marn. What the fuck? Bringing Chozo into the fold, basically carry on the legacy. He plays. Like when I went to Matt's place that one Saturday, they were playing. Like Chozo has a really good understanding of the game. There's just like certain things that he can brush up on. Basically an obsidian, bro. I wanted that, dude. Like, so I didn't win the stick. I won a pad. It was one of the Cali guys that won the stick. And then they were like, well, I don't want to bring the stick on the plane. Does anybody want to trade a pad? And so I traded the pad. What's funny is I think the next year I won a pad. So I ended up winning a pad and a stick anyway. I don't have nothing on my old ass laptop but MAME. Oh, rip. Anytime you mention HRAP 1, I think of the story of Jake. Oh lord. Robot. May that stick rest in heaven. That stick definitely went to hell. There's no way that stick went to heaven. That stick went to hell. So for those of y'all that don't know, Jake Robot is a Guilty Gear player that's always played Soul. This man has always played Soul. To this dying breath, he'll always play Soul. Like, he has... I don't know if he still has it. He probably still has it. Like, he has a necklace, a fucking Soul sword. He ordered that and had it shipped from Asia. It's Soul's fucking sword. He has a necklace of that. So, what happened was they were training one day for SBO qualifiers. Like him, Jan, and Kevin. And he just could not beat Kevin. And so Chris Creasy from New Orleans was there as well. I think Kevin was like, here, like, I'm tired of playing you. Fucking play Creasy. And Creasy basically just mimicked whatever Kenso did in Guilty Gear. And he fucking beat him too. Jake was so mad. He went outside. He took his HRAP 1. And he had the Mirror Top limited edition HRAP 1. Those things were expensive as fuck back then. Like, those things were like nearly $200 shipped from Japan. He took the stick. He went outside. And he fucking was swinging it by the cord. Like, he took it by the cord and it was like fucking lasso swinging this thing. and then would launch it down the street. Like the mirror top on those were metal. Like these things were like really well made. You saw sparks flying off the street from the stick. And then he went, picked it up, started doing it again. Like he did this like 3 or 4 times. Like he fucking took the stick, lasso swinging it, and then launching it down the street. Like he ruined this fucking stick. Like I remember we went to go pick it up, and we're like, the joystick was all bent out of shape. It was all scuffed up. It was so bad. Like around this time, like Jake, he's from Santa Fe, and I remember he moved to Houston because he wanted to get better at Guilty Gear. Like that was the only reason why he moved to Houston. Like he wanted to get better at Guilty Gear. And when he first moved to Houston, he stayed at Turtler's place. Like I think he stayed at Turtler's place in his closet or something like that. Like it was something really dumb like that. After that, he got a job, and he stayed at my place. Like I actually let him stay at my place like a couple of times. The first time was around 2006. Yeah, 2006. It's when I first started moving into my own place, which was like 2006, and he stayed on my couch. After that, he moved into a house with some friends, and that's where this story happens, with him ruining his HRAP 1. I don't know what happened to that stick. I want to say we picked it up and gave it back to him because we're like, yo, dude, you can't leave this out here. I don't know what you want to do with it because this thing is fucked up, but here you go. Jake was very passionate about Guilty Gear. I'll just leave it at that. He was very passionate about the game back then. What's up, David? You hate Soul? Soul, I mean, like, Soul's an honest character. Like, Soul has never been, like, stupid broken. Soul was always, like, he did good damage, but, like, he was not, like, super, super broken. My man did Soul moves in real life. Exactly. Like, he definitely did. He channeled his inner soul. The same Jake robot? Yeah, exactly. Y'all don't understand. Like, Jake right now is very mature. Jake back in the day was very not mature. Showdown 5 is actually a really good tournament for Jake, too. Like, Jake made he made top 8, actually, for this one. Like, he beat Kenso. Like, that was a really big deal for him, was when he beat Kevin. And then he made top 8. He's just a freeform character. Like, you can do whatever the hell you want, and play style will get into people's heads. Like, that famous video... Well, I don't know if it's famous, but that video of Daigo versus... Fuck, I can't remember his name. Ogawa. That one's a pretty funny video, but at the same time, it's really indicative of Soul and, like, Daigo in general. Like, Ogawa was a god of Guilty Gear, right? And so when Xrd came out, you know, Daigo didn't even play it at the beginning. The only reason he started playing it was because of the exhibition they did. Ogawa had been playing. Like, Ogawa took it seriously. And then Daigo took him to the wire in that game. Daigo is such a monster. Like, in Guilty Gear, Daigo was so good. He won the first Evo for Guilty Gear. Like, my goal for Showdown is I fucking want Daigo to come to Showdown. He's never been here. He's never been to Houston. My goal is to have Daigo come down to fucking Houston. Like, I've always wanted him to come down to Showdown. I thought it would happen this year too. Like, with us being a premiere event, I had a feeling that he would come down. Hey, Ranma, doing an all-nader on Sam Show? Nice. Sam Show's a fun game. I like Sam Show. That'd be tight. The closest he's gotten was Austin. Yeah, he's a dream hack. My dumbass didn't realize it was him. This year was a one opportunity. I think we'll get Premiere again. I don't know about what's going to happen next year, though. Like, the problem is next year, we still don't know what's happening with COVID. We still don't know what's happening with all kinds of stuff, like especially vaccines and everything. If I'm perfectly honest with the COVID situation, I don't think things are going to get back to normal until 2022. I don't want it to last that long, but I feel like for the safety of everybody, like testing, like, you know, even with vaccines aren't readily available. They still need to test it. I don't think it's going to be ready in 2021. Like, I think it honestly, it's going to be at the earliest 2022 till we really start recovering from a lot of this shit, unfortunately. I'm hopeful David 2020 as a year didn't exist. I want to run back, damn it. I'm hopeful for the future too. Yeah. No, definitely, like, we'll get past this eventually. The problem is we don't know how long it's going to take. Speaking of Daigo, I met Daigo at Tokyo Game Show. It was one of the first times they were starting to do events at a Tokyo Game Show, and like Mad Cats was setting up the booth and everything. You know, Markman was there. They had like all the people, all the players. Like, it wasn't a tournament. They did like an exhibition. And I remember Shin-Kei from Dallas was there. And he was the dude I was staying with in Japan, because he was working for Microsoft in Japan at the time. So it was a cool setup. Like, I would just fly there. I would buy him random shit, like whatever he wanted from the US, and that was like that was like the cost. Like, I remember one time when I flew in for Tokyo Game Show, he told me he wanted fucking masala? Not masala. I don't remember the name of it. But it was like fucking the flour that you buy at the store to make tamales and shit. That's all he asked me for. And I was like, alright. So I bought a bag of that and brought it. And I didn't think about it. Like, I had it in my luggage, but it's like just flour. So it just looks like powder. And I remember when I flew into Japan and customs looked at my bag, they're like, what the fuck is this? It looks like just like a giant bag of cocaine. It just looks like a bunch of drugs. And I was like, I had to try to explain it to him. I was like, this is flour. It's like Mexican flour that they use to make, you know, food. Like, I could imagine if you're like a custom agent looking at it, it's like, it's a fucking big ass bag of like white powder. He says it's flour, but like, this could be drugs. He's from America. Like, this could be drugs. What the fuck? Like, I don't know why you told me to bring this in. And he didn't even use it. Like, he even told me, like, I brought this fucking bag of flour to him. And he didn't even use it. I was so mad at him. Like, I remember a couple times, like, I would bring him, like, fucking random shit from America that he couldn't get in Japan. He worked in Japan for, like, 2-3 years. And, like, each time, like, I would go and stay with him at his place. But, like, getting back to Daigo. So, what had happened was, they were running a Mad Cats event for Street Fighter 5. Or not Street Fighter 5. It was Street Fighter 4 still. And, he was there, and like his book had just come out. Like, not his book, his comic book, his manga. Like they've made like 2 or 3 mangas of him back at the time. So that was like the first one. So I bought the manga, and I got him to autograph it, and then I got my friend Shinkei to fucking talk to him, because obviously I don't speak Japanese. So we got him to autograph it for me, and I remember the first thing he said was like, "How do you want him to sign it?" I was like, "Tell him to sign it to Ranma. Like Chris is too generic, so I always like try to get them to, tell him to sign it to Ranma." And I could see his face when he told him that. Like, sign it to Ranma. And I saw Daigo's face like, what the fuck? What are you talking about? The fuck? Ranma? And, like, if I don't have, like, the book is upstairs. I'm not going to go get it. But, like, the autograph, if you look at it, it's so weird because he wrote Ranma really weird. Like, he wrote it like the anime. But it was like, like, I think he was really confused when he told him sign it to Ranma. Because, like, Ranma, the symbols for it are, like, way bigger than the rest of the stuff that you wrote in the book. Because I think he was so confused. Why the fuck is this dude's name Ranma? Like, you mean, like, the anime? Who the fuck would call themselves that? Like, he was so confused. It was really funny. Like, I remember that event. Like, I saw Tokido. And Tokido's been to Houston, like, 2 or 3 times. So I knew him. Like, he still remembered me. Like, a lot of the Japanese players that have been down to, like, Showdown, they just call me the organizer or the TO. Like, some of them know Javi, I think, still. But, like, during that time, Javi wasn't around. Like, a lot of them came during, like, the AM period. Like, Boss has been down a couple times, like, a few times. So he knows me really well. He kind of knows Javi, but he definitely knows me a lot better. Hopefully David 2020 as a year didn't exist. I want to run back, damn it. Hopeful for the future too. Was that during the drunk Daigo saga? No. He was sober. Like Tokyo Game Show, he was definitely sober. FGC Polo and Tyurian, what the fuck? Alright, let's see. What else can we do? I think that was most of the Showdown 5 stuff. Some of you guys are late, so we'll go ahead and show like the DVD trailer again. I guess we're just gonna do Showdown 5 for this one. We'll do Showdown 6 in no time. Yeah, let's do the DVD trailer. This was kind of cool. AM was your introduction? Yeah, like a lot of the current players, AM was like the first introduction to Showdown. Like a lot of these older ones, you'd have to be kind of old to know about this. Javi always wears suits. You fold people in half. Javi does not wear suits. Let's get this straight. Javi's a bum that wears a fucking sports jacket. He doesn't wear fucking suits. He wears fucking jeans with a sports jacket. Like, if he's gonna do that shit, he might as well wear the fucking cowboy hat and complete the whole stupid Texan Oiler look. With the fucking rhinestone tie. See, this is the coin flips that we did back then. We were betting money on coin flips at this time. Blazer. Shit, you'll do that for 2021. Talking like you're Hank Hill, dude. Javi doesn't own a propane store? I mean, he might. can't believe I spent like over 4 hours talking about Showdown 5. But it's worth it though. Showdown 5 was definitely one of the best tournaments in our series. So like MLG paid for everything in the ballroom, but like there were like there were limits to what we were supposed to do. Like we did a lot of shit that we probably weren't supposed to do. Like we ran a CVS2 team tournament, and like CVS2 takes forever anyway, but we did a team tournament for CVS2. That thing was we did that on Friday night, and that tournament didn't end till like 5 a.m. So like one of the problems was it wasn't a 24/7 venue. It wasn't supposed to be. So like this whole time we're running this team tournament, and like the MLG guys are stuck there because they have the keys to the event. I think around like 3 a.m. the MLG guys were like, you know what? Fuck this. Here's the keys. Fucking lock up when you're done. We didn't end till like 5 a.m. Which sucked because we had to come back the next day at like 10 a.m. So like I think we finished the tournament, and 5 a.m. that was last call, way past last call. We finished all that. I think they were still playing games in like hotel rooms and shit or whatever. But I had to come back at like 9 a.m. because I had the key to the ballroom. So like MLG guys couldn't even like set up either. So like I think they were calling me at like 8 a.m. like, yo dude, where the fuck are you? You have the keys to the ballroom. So I only got like 3 hours of sleep going into day 2. But y'all know how that is, like especially the staff guys like Ho Factor and David. Y'all know how that is. Like I don't sleep that much anyway. Start talking like you're Hank Hill. Nice. So like I said, this was like they had missed their flight or something, or the flight got canceled to Japan, so they had to stay in Houston for like an extra day. So we all just like hung out in their hotel room. Like the whole thing about waffles, like there was a Waffle House next to the hotel, and I went to go buy them. Well, no, I didn't even buy it. What had happened was I bought myself like a deluxe breakfast. And I brought it to the room, and I was supposed to eat it. Like, I brought it there for me to eat. Fucking Boss and Kandivu took my waffle from my combo and ate it. I was actually kind of mad about that. Like, we went there because we were going to hang out with them all day before they flew back to Japan the next day. And, he fucking ate my waffle. Him and Kandivu fucking wolfed down my waffle. And I was like, what the fuck, dude? You know what? Fine. I was like, that was my feeling with the whole thing. I was like, I was pissed off, and you're like, you know what? Fine. Whatever. Eat the fucking waffle. Welcome to America. Fucking go back to Japan. I'm fucking tired of y'all. Fucking stop eating my shit. Because, like, the day before was the whole, we went to Joe's Crab Shack. And then we did, like, the whole, money for coin flips and shit like that. Boss is a cool guy though. Like every time I go to Japan, Boss is like always one of the guys that like hits me up and is like, hey, what's up, dude? Let's go get some ramen or whatever. And he knows like the best ramen places. He always takes me to all like the coolest ramen shops, and if like you follow him, he's always posting up all these cool ass fucking ramen shops. And I think it was the last time I went there, I went with Winchester. Like, y'all remember Winchester. Y'all know Winchester. Winchester had stayed with me for a few nights at an Airbnb before he went off to do his own thing. But there was one night we met up with Boss, and he took us to his friend's bar. And we had a lot of fun. We had a lot of fun there. It was pretty cool. Boss is a really cool guy. Let's see. I think I'm not going to show the burrito eating contest again. We showed that already. I think that's everything with 5. We have Third Strike, but I think we showed Third Strike. We showed Guilty Gear. We showed Marvel. I think that's about it. I don't think he had too much Tekken or anything on here. That's Showdown 6. Showdown 6 has got so much stuff. We're not going to go into that now. I think we spec 4 hours on Showdown 5. We can do Showdown 6 tomorrow. Because the thing is, like, okay, so here's the schedule. Like, Showdown 6 was... How do I say it? Showdown 5 was the pinnacle of, like, the old Showdowns. Like, we didn't really surpass everything that happened with Showdown 5 until Javi came back. And even then, it still took a few years, I think, before we really surpassed what Showdown 5 did. Like, Showdown 5 was, like, the best of Texas Showdown for the longest time. Like, if you talk to a lot of old school players that went to Texas Showdown 5, a lot of them will say that was, like, one of the best tournaments they had ever been to. So, it's good and it's bad. The problem is, because of how good it was, we had a lot to live up to. And that was a really hard thing to deal with. Especially me personally, because Texas Showdown 5, like I said, Javi was getting married and he was stepping away from the FGC. Like, this was literally the last FGC event he did until he came back in 2013. Like, so for like 7 to 8 years he was gone, and it was just me. Texas Showdown 6 was me paying out of pocket for everything. Like, Texas Showdown 6, when we cover that tomorrow, we did everything out of pocket, which was mostly out of my pocket. I paid for most of the stuff that happened in Showdown 6. And this is before people started charging, you know, $30 to $50 for entry fee. Or not entry fee, for venue fee. We were still doing like $10 registration fee, $10 entry fee for tournaments back then, which, you know, players were cheap. And that's what we were used to, so that's what we did. But, like, Showdown 6 definitely took a big chunk out of my paycheck for that event. But we'll cover that tomorrow. Showdown 5, final thoughts. It was definitely one of the best events in the early FGC era. Like, it was way bigger than most of the events at the time. We were one of the first events that were held in a hotel. And that's what ended up becoming the trend later on, was, you know, having it in a hotel. Because the pluses, obviously, are you had the hotel bar, which allowed you to bring drinks from the bar to the venue. That was the number one thing for a lot of people, was, like, being able to drink. Having the venue for late hours, like, even though we weren't supposed to. Like, I don't think we were supposed to have the venue till that late. But, you know, we were renting the whole thing, so I don't think they cared as much as they normally would have. Just the combination of having players, like, you know, you had your Texas players, your local players, and then you had a lot of the out-of-state players, and then bringing in, like, that was the first time we had brought international players into Showdown, was, 2005, bringing in Boss and Otaku and Kendiu. That brought a whole different level of competition to the event. Like, way beyond like some of the other events that were being held at around that era. Like, it definitely pushed us beyond what we were doing before. Like, if you ever watch, James Chen, he always talks about how the old school Texas Showdown events were really hyped up, were really up there. Like, there were only a handful of really big tournaments back in the day in the FGC. Like, obviously, EVO was flagship. EVO was the flagship event. You had Midwest Championships, which is like one of the oldest events in the FGC. You had East Coast Championships, and then you had Texas Showdown. We were definitely one of the biggest events in the FGC at that period of time. Wasn't supposed to be. Like I said, there's a lot of things just happen by accident and just happens. And that's just how it is a lot of times when it comes to like tournaments and FGC and stuff like that. But I think that's it for Showdown 5. Like, there's a lot of Showdown 6 stuff, but like I said, I'm going to probably work on that tomorrow because I don't think I could do that right now. We spent like 4.5 hours talking about Showdown 5, but it was pretty important, I think, to cover this much about Showdown 5. Showdown 5 is very important in terms of history and importance. Like, Showdown 5 was way bigger than Showdown 6. So I don't know. Do y'all have any questions? Do y'all have any things y'all want to ask about Texas Showdown 5? Like, a lot of the staff guys, a lot of them were not part of Showdown 5. Like, a lot of them, like Hofactor, Kage, Noobster, a lot of y'all guys didn't come until the AM era, so this is way before your time. I don't think there's any Tekken stuff. Fucking Mr. Naps. Jimmy Tran before he became all business. Frankie 3S versus Moprim. What was that? Family Fun. Oh, wow. I think you explained things pretty nicely. Javi told me a lot of stuff about it, too. Yeah, like I said, there was a lot of strange things that ended up working out. Like, we talked about EVO. EVO was almost going to end up in Houston. That would have been really weird at the time. We would have been able to make it work. Like, what was happening was, so they wanted to move away from Cal Poly, and one of the things they were talking about was possibly moving to Houston, and we were looking at U of H, and like upstairs had the giant ballroom. We figured we could have held it up there, and then we had like a bunch of like other meeting rooms that we could have done other tournaments and stuff like that, and that was what we were looking at in terms of if EVO came down and we didn't do MLG. That was by accident. Best accident ever. I don't think there's too much else with 5. There's the burrito eating contest. We showed the burrito eating contest earlier. That was always fun. One memory I have of Showdown 5 is pretty hilarious. Like, I talked about how all the East Coast guys came down. Flo was there too. Flo was at the event as well. And I remember, so Showdown 5 was held at the Sheraton by the airport, Intercontinental Airport. So if you walk down the street from the Sheraton, there was the Kettle restaurant at the corner of the airport, of the JFK right there, JFK and Beltway 8. That was back then a 24/7 restaurant. I think it still is now, but like back then it was 24/7. So what we did was like after Saturday, not finals day, I think it was Saturday, we went and we took most of the top players, like all the East Coast guys, West Coast guys, Japanese players. We all went there to go eat. I don't have the video of it. I have a random screen cap, but I don't have it on this computer. But like Matrix, for some reason, somebody bet him that he couldn't piggyback Flo to the restaurant, like from the hotel to the restaurant, and the restaurant was close, but it wasn't like super close. Like I think it was like 3 or 4 blocks from the hotel to the Kettle restaurant. This motherfucker picked up Flo and gave him a piggyback ride all the way from the hotel to the restaurant. Flo was a huge guy. Like y'all saw videos of Flo from like the first Showdown. Like he was already really big. Yeah, Chris Matrix. He was there at that Showdown. He picked up Flo and fucking gave him a piggyback ride from the hotel to the fucking restaurant. And we're all watching, we're like, holy shit. And Flo was freaking out the whole time. Because I don't think he's ever gotten a piggyback ride. That might have been the first piggyback ride he ever got. And, oh man, that was really crazy. Like back in the day, Chris Matrix was a good Marvel player, but he wasn't a great one. We really didn't consider Matrix a really, really good Marvel player until later on. Like now, he's definitely really good. He's leveled up a lot since that time. But around 2005, Matrix was kind of an afterthought, especially in terms of like East Coast players. But that's what I mean about, like, we were talking about, you know, eras of fighting games, like back then versus now. And the thing I said was like, the reason I loved games like Marvel 2 was that they were untouched. You know, they were never patched, and it gave players time to refine and learn like their characters and their teams and their strategies. Like Marvel 2's been around for like 20 years. This was supposed to be the 20th year for Marvel 2. Well, I guess it still is, but like they were supposed to do like the exhibition this year at EVO for the 20th anniversary, but obviously that didn't happen. But you know, if you have a game that people love and it is unchanged, it gives people time to learn all kinds of shit about the game. That's part of the reason why I hate the era, the current era with patching and stuff like that. Knee-jerk reactions and shit like that. Like, you don't allow people the opportunity to lab and figure out new shit with the game. Like, you know, if something's broken, you know, give us time to figure out what to do against it, you know? The current meta is, oh, if something's broken, complain to the developer so they'll patch it out. Like, that kind of shit sucks to me. I'd rather learn to try to figure out my own strats and stuff to get out of it. Like, you know, I'm known for playing Mega Man Cabletron in tournaments, and a lot of the stuff that I figured out with that team was, you know, based off learning through gameplay, through labbing, through all kinds of shit. Like, what really would have sucked is me spending all that time learning that shit, and then, you know, Capcom deciding to just like patch shit. You know, patch different things to change the game. Like, that would piss me off so bad. That's why it's like the modern era games is crazy for me to watch and see. Like, you'll see a lot of people learning and labbing and trying to figure out shit in the game, and then shit just changes on them. Like, that would piss me off to no end if, like, I spent all this time labbing to try to figure shit out, and then they just patch it. Like, there's just no way. But anyway, I guess if that's it and there's no other questions, I think we'll call it a night. And we'll pick it back up tomorrow, trying to do, like... What my plan is I'm going to do Showdown 6 first. And then we're going to briefly go over the PZAM era, which is like 2007 to 2012. Because, like, a lot of that is not super memorable. Like, there's some stuff that's interesting, but not like super memorable. So we would just cover a little bit of that, and then go into the modern era. And a lot of that is online. Like, a lot of the current people that know Showdown know it from 2013 and beyond. We've been working with Level Up the entire time, I think. And so they've documented and streamed a lot of the revival of Texas Showdown, which is cool. You have Panda X Gaming that's been with us for a long time as well, so a lot of the matches aren't there. We'll take a look at it as well. And a lot of y'all already know, so, like, there's nothing new, I think, that I can add to in terms of insight. Because, like, I don't really play the newer games. That's not my thing. Like, I try to play Street Fighter 5. I'm no good at it. The newer Marvels I try to play, and I just couldn't get into it. Dragon Ball, all those new games. But we can still go over it and take a look at it and everything. I mean, it's our history anyhow. You would just adapt back in the day. Yeah, exactly. Or know how unfavorable matchups were. Yeah. What's up, Joe? How you doing? What are you doing up so late? It's like 2:30 right now. It is super late. But anyhow, let me see who's streaming. Is Justin still streaming? Oh, Justin is still streaming. Oh, actually, no, Boss is streaming. Let's host Boss. We were talking about him. Boss is like one of the coolest guys I've ever met. Boss is so fun to hang out with. I definitely would love to hang out with him again next time I go to Japan, which I don't know when that's going to be. I was supposed to go this year to Tokyo Game Show, but obviously that's not happening. Maybe next year. How long have I been on? 4 hours? How long has this been? Yeah, 4.5 hours. All on Showdown 5. Like, you'll have to watch the recap to see, like, all the other stuff for Showdown 5. I was supposed to do Showdown 5 and 6, but Showdown 5 is way too important. So I'm not disappointed that we only spent 4 hours, like, this whole time on Showdown 5, because Showdown 5 is, like, one of the best tournaments we ever held. New games are whack, not gonna lie. I wanted to like Dragon Ball. I really wanted to like Dragon Ball, but I just could never get into it. It's like daylight in Japan? Yeah, it is. Let me see. Noon was around 10 p.m. So it's like 4:30 p.m. there. You're going to watch the recap on the recap? Yeah, definitely. But alright, we're going to... He's not even playing. Who's playing? He's got other people playing. That man loves his CVS too. But alright, we're going to host Boss, and we'll pick this back up later today. We'll start with Showdown 6, and then the AMPZ era. I want to try to finish all that before we get into the modern era when Javi came back from 2013 until 2019. That stuff will be pretty easy to recap because all of y'all are pretty much from that era. But I thank everybody for tuning in. what time you tried. I did try. Yo, this section of this stream is sponsored by Level 5 Whiskey. Label 5 is pretty smooth. This is actually pretty good. I don't know what time, to be honest. Probably after lunch. Probably around the same time, like 2, 3 a.m. It depends on what time I wake up, and then I gotta eat lunch, and then I'll probably start then. But we'll probably around like 2, 3 a.m. sounds pretty good. Not p.m., not a.m., p.m. We'll do it around that time, and then try to blaze through. My goal tomorrow is to get through Showdown 6 and then all the AM shit. The AM shit, well, not shit. All the AM showdowns, we're gonna try to gun through it as quickly as possible, because there wasn't as much memorable moments from that era, and then we can get into the current era. But anyhow, okay, so we're gonna host boss, and I will catch you guys tomorrow. Peace out, have fun, and we'll see you later.